Hello and welcome to Byju's Exam Prep IAS. A very warm good evening to everyone. I hope all of you are doing good. I welcome you back to your next class of internal security. This is class number 5. We'll wait for a couple of minutes. Let everyone join in the class and then we will begin. Thank you so much. Good evening everyone. Good evening. Hi Muni. Hello Golapalli. Good evening. Hello Sharmila. Hi Vaibhav. Hello Suryanika. Hello Nivan. Hello Anand. Anushka. Good evening. Good evening Ankush. Good evening Somu. Good evening, Pavitra, Meshak, Ham, Vasundhara. Good evening, everyone. Hi, Azhar. Good evening, Vivek. Hi, Pablo, Gunjan, Ritika, Pihu, Prabjot, Anamika, and everyone else who's joining on time. Hello, Ram. Hi, Satyapal, Shweta, Ashay, Veer. Good evening, everyone. Good evening, Roshan, Deepika. Hi, Deepa. Hi, Ayum. Hi, Chandrakant, Namrata, Sakshi, Rupa. All right. Okay. I hope all of you are doing good. I welcome you all to this class of internal security. This is your class number 6 of internal security. We had been talking for the past couple of days about specifically insurgency in the northeast part of the country. Just to remind you very quickly, so far we have discussed the generic picture of the northeast part of the country, the overall issues that we have. Then we also had a discussion about the state-wise issues. For example, we started a discussion about Nagaland. After that, we went on to have a discussion about Assam, the various issues that exist, the history of it. Then we had a discussion about Manipur, the current status in Manipur, why is it that the current issue has started or the current spark to this issue, and also the old issues in Manipur. We then discussed about Mizoram as well, how Mizoram is considered as a success story from the side of the government. Mizoram being one of those states where the Indian Air Force was even forced to take up bombings within our own country. On the other hand, Mizoram has become quite peaceful now, with their insurgent leaders coming overground, fighting elections, joining politics, and even becoming the chief minister of that state. Then we now start with the new state, that is Tripura. Now, Aditya, beta, dear, as I said, I can see your message even when you type it once. Typing it twice or thrice or 4 or 5 times will not really make any difference. Your message is ARM5 has not been uploaded yet. I get it, but do you expect me to now stop the class and get the go to the guys and upload the ARM? No, na. You have told the message to me. I will pass it on after the class. So you copying it time and time again, I'm not sure what are you trying to achieve. If you want me to stop the class, call up people and ask them to upload it as soon as possible. Aditya does not want to attend the class without the ARM, then tell me, I will do that. If not, you type it once, I read it. Don't worry, I read each and every message. Okay, so type it once and then focus what I'm trying to tell you, because again typing it twice, thrice, 4 times will not really make any difference. And if I start to acknowledge each and every message, trust me, we'll not be over with the class in 6 hours. Okay, on that note, if with your permission, if you think it's a good time to begin, let's see what do we have now. So far the different states that we have discussed have had their own different stories. We have had their own different versions of it. What is the background story in it? Now we'll come to focus on another state in the northeast part of the country, a state where thankfully, like Mizoram, peace has prevailed for quite some time now. Tripura is one of those stories. Now, Tripura also is an interesting case in the sense that Tripura was not really a part of Assam, one of the few states in the northeast part of the country which was not a part of Assam. It was a separate state altogether, used to be a separate kingdom. After that, it remained again a separate entity after India's independence. However, the problem in case of Tripura is unique in the sense that while in other states in Northeast, as we discussed yesterday also, in most other states of Northeast, the problem is that they want a separate state of their own. In some cases, like Nagaland, they want a separate country of their own. In Tripura, that is not really the case. In case of Tripura, we have not seen people demanding their own country or demanding a new state altogether. They're happy being in Tripura. The problem that they mainly face is illegal immigration. Illegal immigration that is mainly at the hands of Bangladesh. Now, I gave this example earlier as well, that Tripura always used to be a tribal majority area, tribal majority state, where most of the people in the state were from the tribal community. However, ever since we saw a large scale migration from East Pakistan that later became Bangladesh, we saw a lot of people coming in, crossing over the border, and that led to a change in the demography of the state. I hope you all are familiar with what do you mean by demography or demographic change. So basically, in simple terms, demography of the area refers to the population makeup, how the population is, depending upon the age, depending on the background, depending on the region that they follow. There was a demographic change in Tripura in the sense that tribals became a minority. Tribals became a minority. In fact, so much so that when there was external influence, there were people coming in, tribals were forced and pushed towards the hills, and the state at that point of time saw a drastic change in how the overall state looked. We saw a lot of Bengali speaking migrants coming in, and this was the beginning of the insurgent movement. Now, someone asked this to me yesterday, and I replied then also, and it's an interesting question. How do you identify if a Bengali speaking person has come in from Bangladesh? Can't a Bengali speaking person come in from Bengal? To identify if a Bengali speaking person has come to Tripura or Assam for that matter, if he is from West Bengal, India, or if he or she is from East Pakistan, that is Bangladesh. The problem is there is no one way to identify that. There is no way in which you can identify who exactly is supposed to, or who exactly the person who has come in from East Pakistan as compared to who has come from Bangladesh. This is also part of the puzzle. How do you identify whether someone is an outsider as compared to whether someone has come in from our own Indian state just to another state? That is why in Tripura the problem has been bad. The Tripura government and the Tripura people think that the government of India has never been serious about resolving this concern. They have tried to protest multiple times. They have tried to say that we are now minorities, you have to come up and you have to solve these issues, but the government has not done that. Now, you can identify this in very simple terms. Let's assume you live in a colony. The colony has 100 people. Since it's a small colony, you usually know everyone. So it's a 100 people colony. You know most of the people by face or by name. All of a sudden, if 100 more people come in, and in your colony they start to live, they maybe illegally make some homes, they start living on the ground, they start living in small areas, you will not feel comfortable. The reason is that they will take up your parking space, the place where you used to park your bike or car. They will now try to get that. The park where you used to play, they will come and occupy that. The water that you used, they will try to use that. So when a lot of people come in from outside, all of a sudden we have this feeling amongst the local population that the local population's resources are being compromised. And that becomes a big, big, big challenge where the local resources or the localites think that the government is not looking after us. That was an issue in Tripura. The Tripura government thought that the politicians are ignoring them. Now, the question is, why would the politicians ignore this? Why would a politician ignore if someone is coming from outside? It is all hidden in the point of vote bank politics. See, what happens is when people come in from outside, and I told this yesterday also, when people come in from outside, doesn't matter if they're coming from West Bengal or they're coming from Bangladesh. At that point in 1970s, 80s, especially, it was not very difficult to get fake documents. You have a person, you know a person who can do this and you can give him the money, he will arrange whatever document you want. So in short, arranging a voter ID card was not the most difficult thing. So the illegal immigrants coming in can very easily get their hands on the voter ID cards and they will become eligible voters of our area or of a constituency. Now, in this situation, if a politician comes in and the politician says, I will throw out all the people who are Bengali speaking, I will throw out all the people who have come in from outside. Imagine, would the outsiders now vote for him or not? Obviously not. Any politician that says these things, that I will remove all the people who are illegally coming in from outside, remove anyone who's not from Tripura, that means that that politician will never get the votes of people coming in from outside. All of these have become voters now. This is why you will see most of the politicians not speaking very rudely, not speaking sternly against immigrants, even if they are here illegally. Because they know that even today, if not today, then tomorrow, they will be able to get votes and they will be able to become voters. Same is the case with Tripura. People of Tripura thought that their own government is not listening to them and the center government is listening more towards the illegal immigrant because they are much more in number in population. At the same time, Tripura also saw that in other states in northeast part of the country there are other groups that are forming. Now imagine this situation. In Tripura there is a problem of illegal immigration. People believe that the government is not listening to us. At the same time, in other states, just your nearby states, you see that people protesting, forming militant groups, indulging in violence, and the government is listening to them also. Government is keen to have peace talks with them also. So what will you feel? You will feel that I am a fool because I am not indulging in violence. Because if the government has to be bent or the government has to give something, they'll only give something when there is violence, and that is what happened in Tripura. So Tripura, much later on, had these groups called National Liberation Front of Tripura, All Tripura Tiger Force. These are groups that came in. Again, they were much later on. It was not in the beginning. It was much later on because this was a time that people in Tripura thought that maybe we should indulge in violence in order to get our voices heard. That becomes a big, big, big problem. Now, the center government realized this problem, thankfully, sooner, In at the end of 1980s, 1990s, there were a lot of programs that were launched in Tripura. The government followed a policy of identifying the people who have come in illegally, cancelling their voter ID cards. The government also realized that the tribal population needs to be assured that the government is with them. The government gave them reservation benefit. The government gave more jobs to Tripura. And that is how the government was able to control the situation in Tripura. Out of all the states that we have studied in this chapter, Nagaland, Assam, Manipur, Mizoram, and Tripura. Out of all the states, the situation was always fine in Tripura. It never went out of hand as such. In all the other states, at some point of time or the other, the situation did go out of hand. It was only in Tripura the situation did not go out of hand at any point of time. This is all that you need to read about Tripura. Guys, just 1 second. I'm just making sure has the SME joined us. SME, are you here? If you are here, can you please tell me in the chat? I'm not getting a response from the SME. Is Mr. / Miss SME here? If I can get a response. Okay, I don't think they are here. Guys, can you give me a minute? I'll just call up and ask if the SME has joined or not.
I'm sorry,
Okay,
I didn't quite
just
catch that.
just give me a moment. I'll just confirm if the SME joined or not. Okay, just 1 moment. Yeah, sorry for that, guys. I think there was some confusion. The SME will join in a bit, in a few minutes. So don't worry. He will join a bit. Okay, let's go ahead then. Uh, Tripura, yes, it is stable now. There are no issues with Tripura assets. It's stable. See, again, the definition of stable is very different in different areas. Like in northeast part of the country, a lot of states, you will see that the lot of states, their definition of stability is that there is no big incident that's happening. In small bits and pieces, you do see some incidents happening in the northeastern states. But Tripura, they recently had elections also. It's much as normal as a state in the northeast can be. So yes, not really much of an issue. Then Vivek is saying why this case was not with Raj Thakre in Maharashtra of supporting outsiders, and it was in Tripura. Vivek, you are comparing someone in Maharashtra revolting against people coming in from their own country as compared to Tripura, where they are against people coming in from Bangladesh. So I'm not sure where the comparison is here. These are two very, very different things. Any other question, guys, before we go ahead? We have ended with the individual states. Ashay, we will come to questions. Dear, don't worry. We'll finish it up and we'll come to the questions. What kind of questions are asked? So am I saying most of the northeastern states facing problem of illegal migrants? Is that why the government is focusing on NRC nowadays? So see, understand, NRC will not stop the problem of illegal migrants. NRC will not do that. NRC basically is has a very different objective. It was mainly done to identify people who were illegally from Assam. So it won't really stop the problem of illegal migrants anyway. Ankushing in the PPT, it was written Bangladesh is on southwest. It should be southeast, right? Ankush, I'm not sure which PPT you're talking about. You have to tell me exactly what was written. Bangladesh is in South Asia only, not even southeast, not southwest, just south. I'm not sure what you're referring to. You have to tell me exactly what kind of where what did you read this line. So maybe if you can tell me the exact line, I'll look into that. Vivek, I never told about any human rights violation or human rights angle in Tripura. Again, you are comparing things which are very different from each other. Okay, let's go ahead then. Now, after reading mainly about what are the different types of issues in different states, let's focus on some generic issues again specifically with respect to the northeast part of the country. First, how has the government been dealing with the northeast issues or the violence in the northeast? Now, if you look at the insurgency in northeast part of the country, and we took the decision, we took the example of different states, there has been a very generic government approach, and I told this earlier as well. There is a constant, or there's a kind of a clarity in how the government is dealing with it, irrespective of whichever party is in power. There's continuity in the government's approach. Every government does the same kind of stuff, maybe by different names. For example, governments try to use proportionate force. Now, what do you mean by proportionate force? Now, this is a very, actually, it's a big and interesting topic in itself. When you read ethics, when you read ethics, uh, there is a topic in ethics which is called, can you justify a war? So there's an ethics topic which is called, can you justify a war? So many speakers or many experts have their different views. Can a country justify a war? For example, Israel is attacking Gaza. Can it be justified? Means, are they right in doing that or are they wrong in doing that? Now, these kind of debates have different views. People have different views about it. Some people say yes, it can be justified. Some people say it cannot be justified. Now, there are there are some principles on the basis of which war can be justified. There are some principles on which the war can be justified. The biggest principle of justifying a war is always the law of proportionality. The law of proportionality means using proportional force. Let me give you an example. Let's say you have an issue with someone comes to you and the person hits you in the hand like this, just like this, raps you in the hand as the teachers used to do. Teacher would come and just rap you like this. In exchange, now, let's say your decision is, I will bring a machine gun and I will shoot 100 times because I'm taking revenge. He started this, I'm doing my bit now. Is it proportional? No, it's not a proportional response. It is not a proportional response. That means this cannot be justified. So you cannot justify your violence by saying that someone else started the violence unless it is in the same proportion. This is called proportionality. So again, what the government has been doing is, government's response has been to be proportional in the use of force. For example, you will all have to agree that if the insurgents attack our security forces, you all know that our security forces have much better weapons, much more weapons, much more technology than the insurgents, right? So if the insurgents, let's say, attack our forces can use the best of the technology. They even have their nuclear weapons, but they won't use it, right? They are using force in proportionality. That is what the government does. They use it in proportionality so that they don't deteriorate the situation so much that people stop trusting the government. Because at the end of the day, the government only wants to take out the militants, take out the insurgents, not the common people. So there is always has to be proportionality. Coin operation means counter insurgency. So operations against insurgents are carried out, and AFSPA has also been used. We'll discuss today in detail about AFSPA. I discussed this about yesterday as well, how AFSPA started at the time of the British in the Quit India movement, how they introduced this law, allowing the force almost a free hand to arrest anyone. After independence, also it continued. Apart from that, the government of India has been keen on signing peace accords. We discussed about multiple peace accords yesterday. We discussed about the peace accord with Ulfa in Assam, peace accords with NSCN, that is in Nagaland. We discussed about the Bodo peace accords. All of these have been the government's go-to thing rather than forcing or rather than actually killing people. The government has always been of the view that if we can have a peace accord, if we can bring them over ground, accept some of their demands, make them accept our point of view, that would be good enough. The government has also been making some structural changes in the constitution in the sense of sixth schedule and giving them special status under Article 371. Sixth schedule, as you know, has four northeastern states. We discussed this yesterday: Assam, Tripura, Mizoram, and Meghalaya. These are the states in the sixth schedule which have been given autonomy. We discussed about this yesterday also, how the government settled the Bodoland issue specifically by giving them more autonomy, increasing the number of seats, giving them more power, giving them more infrastructure. With Nagaland, what the government has done is given them special provision in Article 371A, making sure that they have the right to preserve their own culture, their own heritage without the government's interference. One other thing that has happened, and this has happened especially in the last decade, the government has focused a lot on development in the northeast part of the country. Now, I am not sure how many of you have visited northeast part of the country. If you are from northeast, you would know what I'm talking about. If you have not visited, there are a lot of misconceptions about northeast. For example, I've been to Assam, Meghalaya, Sikkim, Arunachal. All these states, trust me, have better roads and infrastructure than some of the biggest cities of India. They have better roads than Delhi, Bangalore, etc. Amazing roads, amazing infrastructure, great people. So again, what has happened is in the past decade or decade and a half, there has been a lot more infrastructure building that has been done in this part. What has happened because of this is there are better livelihood opportunities. People come in large numbers as tourists, they spend money there, so the locals have an opportunity to earn more money, they have a better life, and that all adds up to the situation becoming better. All of that ensures that people, rather than forcing or rather than demanding that they want something out of it or we want to be separated, the people stay there and be a part of the development story. The government has also included this in our Act East policy. I'm sure all of you in international relations have learned about Act East policy, have discussed about Act East policy. Yes, Lagema. So I hope all of you know this. So basically, in 1990, the government of India started something called the Look East policy. 1990-91 mainly Look East policy. It was a policy under which the government said we will focus towards the eastern side of India, towards east. Countries such as in the ASEAN, Thailand, Singapore, Cambodia, Vietnam, Indonesia, Malaysia, Philippines, Brunei will be focusing on those countries that have a lot of potential. In 2014, the government of India renamed it to Act East policy. In the first phase of Act East policy or Look East policy, we were only focusing on ASEAN. But now, apart from this, we have expanded our scope. Now, we interact with the other countries also: South Korea, Japan, Australia, and now we have included our own northeastern states in this policy. By basically, the government says that now we will focus a lot more on building infrastructure in the northeast part of the country, and that has happened. A lot more government institutions are coming up in the northeast part of the country. A lot more infrastructure is being built. If you look at the Brahmaputra River, it's a huge river, and it's very sad that for many, many years, if you had to go from one side of the Brahma, if let's imagine this. So, if this is the Brahmaputra River, huge river. So, if you are here and you had to go here, in the entire stretch of Brahmaputra, there was only one bridge. There was only one bridge. So either you go from here or you basically go and take the water route that was not easily available. That was again very time taking. It was now after so many years that the government is now building multiple bridges over Brahmaputra River. If you have only one bridge over the river, that means to go from one side to the other side, from one bank to the other bank, you are basically dividing the state into two parts. Infrastructure building is important for that. So the government is building multiple bridges over the Brahmaputra. One of them has already been inaugurated. So the government, under its own Look East policy, Act East policy rather, has been focusing on infrastructure development in the northeast part of the country as well. Over here, and we discussed this earlier as well, whenever we discuss about the northeast and the problems in the northeast part of the country, we cannot discount the role of our neighbors. And I'll repeat once again what I've said earlier multiple times. Atal Bihari Vajpayee, a former prime minister, said you cannot choose your neighbors, you can only choose your friends. Whoever are our neighbors, we have to do with them. Especially towards the eastern side of India, we have neighbors such as China, Myanmar, earlier East Pakistan, now that's Bangladesh. That situation is at least better now. To some extent, even Nepal had a slight role to play here, and we'll discuss about that as well. To some extent, even Nepal had some role to play. Now, the countries like these towards the eastern side have not made the situation easy for India. China, for one, has always been looking to find out ways to irritate India. China is always happy to support the groups that are working against the Indian government. Myanmar also, because of the tribal tie, because of the tribal family ties across the border. In Myanmar, also situation is that the Indian government has had to have multiple talks with Myanmar, ensure that the Myanmar government is not allowing the people to hide in the forest. Any anti-India element should be taken care of. All of this has been a big issue with Myanmar as well. Myanmar, as you know, is again under the military rule since February 2021. There is no sign of democracy coming back in Myanmar. It's a very key country for India. It's a country that shares a long border with us. It has multiple issues. There are drug trafficking issues also involved, but India cannot openly confront it. Although there are issues such as the Rohingya problem, etc., but we cannot confront it because a lot of our alternate connectivity to our own northeastern states goes through Myanmar. East Pakistan, when Bangladesh used to be East Pakistan, the role of ISI, that is Pakistan's intelligence agency, was open to everyone. ISI, that is Pakistan's intelligence agency, is still believed to give training and finances to any groups working against the government of India. Multiple occasions when the security forces have conducted operations against insurgent groups, and the weapons they find out are either made in Pakistan or either made in China, which is a key indication that these groups are helping them. China also openly gave assistance to the Naga group NSCN in 1980s. In Nagaland, other groups have also gotten help from Myanmar. Manipur also has gotten help from Myanmar. The one country that has always stayed in India's court or has always supported India in all of this is Bhutan. Now, that does not mean that insurgents have not tried to go to Bhutan. There's a history of Ulfa in Assam. Ulfa insurgents used to hide in Bhutan because if you enter Bhutan from the south part of Bhutan, when you enter Bhutan, there's a very dense forest. Those dense forests are ideal for anyone who wants to hide from the security forces, who wants to make sure that no one can follow them. So they used to hide in Bhutan for many weeks. It was with the permission and with the collaboration of Bhutan government and Indian forces carried out a large operation in 2003 and arrested most of the Ulfa leaders, militants that were hiding there. So our neighborhood is again very challenging. It's a neighborhood which is not ideal, but we have to make do with whatever has been given to us. Other things that the government has been doing. Few years back, the government created a new ministry especially for the development of northeastern region. It is called Ministry of Development of Northeast Region, DONER. This is a ministry specifically to look into development schemes of the northeast part of the country. Again, this is a ministry that is not very old. It's a ministry that was created especially to make sure that the government of India has the northeast as a topmost priority. It came into being in 2001 only. So it got established in 2001. It again looks into whether or not the issues in the northeast state have been resolved, or the government projects and developmental ideas have been implemented or not. We already discussed about the idea of inner line permit. Inner line permit again is something that these states demand. Most of the states in the northeast want the inner line permit. Inner line permit is anyone from outside the state, but an Indian citizen only. Indian citizen from outside the states, while entering the state, they have to ask for this special document. This is a time bound document. For example, I discussed about Manipur yesterday. In Manipur, it's going for 30 days, 30, so that the government can keep a track of you, because they don't want outsiders to come in large numbers, or they don't want outsiders to come in for a longer duration. If you come there, they will keep a track of you. Have you left the state or not? Because again, the big issue with these states has been illegal immigration. So that is one way to keep a check on it, to keep a check on who is coming in and who is not coming in. Our constitution also, Article 244, provides Schedule 5, Schedule 6, Schedule 6 mainly for the northeastern states, which creates autonomous district councils. We discussed about this yesterday. There are 10 autonomous district councils in all. The most important one, the Borderland Territorial Region, as it is called now. We discussed about that, how it has been able to pacify the protests in the borderland area. And then the special status given, as we discussed, Article 371, various parts have been made. 371A, especially for Nagaland, to give a special status to Nagaland, has also been adopted. Now, the last topic before we take up your question, then I show you what are the questions that are asked from here. One other topic that usually remains a lot in the news with respect to these states is AFSPA. AFSPA. Armed Forces Special Powers Act. We discussed the history of AFSPA yesterday, how the British introduced it. Then in 1958, the government of India passed the law. This simple law, or rather not simple, but this law simply gives a lot more power to the armed forces than usual. When I say a lot more powers, armed forces can arrest anyone on suspicion without any warrant being required. They can shoot if they sense danger. And the officers also get protection under it. If their offenses are not legal, even then they get some protection under it. AFSPA by many people have been regarded, or has been regarded, as a draconian law. There have been many protests against AFSPA. There have been a lot of cases of human rights violations, of the armed forces misusing the law. Because see, giving someone a lot of power is good on paper. You expect them to use it judiciously. You expect that the power given to them will be used well. But the problem is, when you give too much power to any individual, you are now dependent on that individual whether or not he or she will use it with good judgment. And that becomes problematic. Too much power is never a good thing. See, power has to be matched with accountability. A situation of too much power without accountability is a very, very bad situation. Because when you have too much power without accountability, That means you're allowing someone to do whatever they want, knowing fully well that they will not be answerable to that. And that is what has happened with AFSPA. Recently, after what happened in Manipur, the government of India, this is very recent, the government of India, Home Ministry, has extended AFSPA once again for 6 months in Nagaland and Arunachal Pradesh. How does it work? The central government has to basically identify an area as a disturbed area. So central government will issue an order and they will say this specific area is a disturbed area. So once an area is called a disturbed area, that means now in that area there will be excessive powers given to the armed forces. The armed forces can do all these things. These are the important provisions of AFSPA. For example, it allows any commissioned officer or any non-commissioned officer to, number one, fire and use force against any person if they sense danger in the disturbed area, arrest suspicious people without any warrant, destroy any structure that is suspected to have arms, that is suspected to shelter people who are involved in any of these terror attacks. They have the power to conduct search without warrant for evidence, to recover any property, arms, or explosive. And the most important thing is the last one. AFSPA prevents prosecution or proceedings except with the nods of the center government. So even if there are allegations that there's a specific person or there's a specific individual in the armed forces that has done something wrong, any action against that person can only be taken once the center government says yes. Without the center government saying yes, there will not be any action taken against the armed individual. And this is what people have been protesting against. I'm sure all of you would have read about or would have at least seen the photo of Iram Sharmila. Have you heard this name, Iram Sharmila, or at least seen a photo? If not, maybe you can Google the photo and you will be able to identify who I'm talking about. So, Iram Sharmila apparently has the longest hunger strike record in the entire world. She has not eaten from her mouth since the year 2000. Since the year 2000, she has not eaten. She has said, I will only eat when Afspa is taken back from Manipur. There is a pipe that is attached to her nose and she is fed through that pipe. Again, if you just Google her photo, you will be able to identify who I'm talking about. She sat on this hunger strike or started the hunger strike in the year 2000. And she said, I will not eat anything unless Afspa is taken back in Manipur. Why she did that? There was an instance in Manipur where armed forces were accused of killing some young men. Because, see, understand this idea look at it from the side of the armed forces. From the side of the armed forces, there are two ways to look at this. One, when they are working in a disturbed area, when they are working in an area where there can be violence at any time, where they can be under attack any time, you need to give them extra power. So that is justified. But the other side of looking at it is that if you see a situation where armed forces understand the fact that any appreciation given to them is based on how many terrorists they have killed. Again, understand, for the armed forces, for the security forces, there is a problem that you are only applauding them or appreciating them on the basis of the number of terrorists that they have taken out. Now, this gives them a wrong incentive to use this force. A lot of times there have been fake encounters. There have been issues of people being killed by the armed forces, and the armed forces then later on trying to prove that they were terrorists, giving them weapons or basically throwing weapons on their bodies to prove that they were actually terrorists. All this happens because, again, you are combining their appreciation to the number of people that they have taken out. That becomes a big problem. And that is why AFSPA has been protested time and time again. But the armed forces have also clarified that they want this law to stay. Without the law, The AFSPA, that is, the armed forces, clarify that they would not be able to operate in such areas because they need some special power, they need some special protection for their own officers also in the coming days. Anyway, so this is the end of the Northeast insurgency part. As you had been asking, what are the kind of questions that come in? These are the kind of questions that come in 2014, 2017, 2019. Now, there is something interesting here. If you look at these questions, you will realize something. The questions are not state specific so far. The questions are not state specific. They are for the overall northeast part of the country. So far in the past 10 years or so, the questions that have come from this part are overall northeast part of the country. For example, insurgency in northeast region, cross-border challenges in border in northeast India. So there has not been state-specific questions so far. But that doesn't mean that it cannot come in the future, especially at a time when there has been so much protest going on in Manipur. There have been so many issues in Manipur. Nagaland also remains in the news time and time again. So again, it's not to say that in the future also these questions will not come, state specific things. But for now, most of the questions that have come in are from the northeast part of the country only. They're mainly from the northeast part of the country. Okay. Now, uh, Shweta is saying in question number one, northeast is not specified. Yes, but if you see illegal transborder migration, no other part of India sees this threat. So northeast is the only part where you have these threat, that is the illegal transborder migration. All right then. What I want you to do is quickly grab a piece of paper and pen. If you don't have it, I will show you a question and I will want you to write the intro part at least in 1 or 2 minutes. So if you don't have a pen or a paper already, please grab a pen and a paper. If you have it, great. If you have it, great. Otherwise, please get a pen and a paper quickly. Done? Okay. Okay. So we have this question in front of us. Discuss the factors giving rise to recurring internal security threats in Northeast India. Simple question, 200 words. I'm giving you 1 or 2 minutes. Try and write an intro in your own words. Try and write an intro. Just see if you are able to write an intro. That's the introduction part. How will you start this answer? Done? Done? Mega Article 5 of NATO treaty means attack against any one NATO member is an attack against all the NATO members. So everyone will come to help one NATO member. Jaswant is saying, why is the government including Northeast in the group of foreign countries in policies that make you a feeling of alienation? No, no. See, when the government says that northeast part of the country will also be included in the phase or in the current phase of Act East policy, what the government wants to say is that we will now give more infrastructure push. We will now invest more money in the development of the northeast. We will improve our connectivity with the northeast part of the country by building alternate routes, and this has been done. Train route through Bangladesh or a road route through Myanmar. This is what the government's approach is. Anyway, so I hope most of you would have been able to write at least the introduction part of it. Now, again, in this introduction part of it, if you actually see this particular question, the introduction part is not that difficult. We have discussed this earlier as well. Usually in the introduction part, either go with a fact or with a definition, depending on whatever you feel at that point of time strikes your mind the better. Now, it has been in the news. You can quote from the recent articles, you can quote from the recent news stories as well. For example, you can talk about how the recent ethnic violence in the state of Manipur has again brought this issue to light of violence in the northeast, or you can go ahead with the fact about the northeast part of India, that it comprises of 8 states, has been having internal security challenges due to various issues, and you can just name these issues one by one. Again, as told you earlier, there is no one way to write an introduction. It really depends upon you. You may write the introduction of your own choice, whatever you wish, go ahead with that. Now, to the main body. If you see, the question is very fairly straightforward. The question is the reason for recurring internal security threats in northeast part of the country. Why is it that we keep on having these issues in northeast part of the country? What are the reasons? What do you think are the reasons, by the way? We have discussed most of these reasons. What are the probable reasons? Why does it reoccur time and time again? Okay, all right. Getting a lot of answers: migration, ethnic diversity, drugs, tribal conflict, vote bank politics, lack of development. Yes. So, a lot of these pointers, all of you have it handy. So, basically, what we will do is we will write in the main body the reasons why we think that the problem reoccurs or occurs multiple times. Now, again, I am giving you much longer answers so that you can practice with more words, but again your form of answer should be lesser, should be much more compressed. So there are historical factors of how historically these regions have been very diverse. Even when the British were here, their policies of inner line permits specifically, for example, had led to ethnic conflicts and tensions. Then you can talk about the ethnic diversity. As I said yesterday, just saying that they are tribals does not mean that tribals is one single group. When you say tribal population, even within the tribal population, there's a lot of diversity. So much so that it is considered that in India, as per the Anthropological Survey of India, there are about there are about 635 tribal groups that exist in India. Northeast has about 213 tribal groups in total. So there is a lot of tribal groups in the northeast part of the country. The ones that we discuss, the Nagas, the Kukis, the Bodos, they are the big ones. But that does not mean that they are the only tribal groups that exist. Even in the Naga community or within the Bodo land area, there would be many other small tribal groups with their different distinct culture, heritage, tradition, custom that they would want to preserve. Then border issues, the role of our neighboring states. You can here also include the role of illegal drug trafficking that happens because of the close proximity to the Golden Triangle area, the role of Myanmar, China, cross border infiltration from the countries such as Myanmar, Bangladesh, also East Pakistan. Then there is issues of lack of development or economically marginalization. So there are two ways to look at the lack of development thing. One way to understand lack of development is that the center government has not been giving them enough funds. If the center government would have allocated more funds, would have given more funds, maybe the situation would have been better. The other way to look at it is that since the northeast part of the country is a very hilly area, extremely hilly. I'll tell you a interesting fact here. Have you heard about Dimapur? Have you heard about this place called Dimapur? Where is it? Which state? Without googling, which state is this in? Dimapur. Okay, half of you are saying Assam and other half is saying Nagaland. Now please understand, I'll tell you a very interesting story about Dimapur. Now please understand, So Dimapur used to be a part of Assam. Guys, you can now stop Googling now. Enough of Googling now. You can stop that. So Dimapur used to be a part of Assam. Now, what happened was in 1963, when we created Nagaland, in 1963, when Nagaland got created, what happened with the creation of Nagaland was if the government would have only basically taken up the Naga majority areas from Assam and made it Nagaland, the problem was the Naga majority areas were all hilly areas. There was no area in the Naga majority area that was not hilly. All of these are hilly areas. There was no plain area. So the concern that the government had was government of India wanted an airport, at least an airfield, so that they can land planes in Nagaland. So that tomorrow, if there's a law and order situation and the army has to come in large numbers, the government thought that we need to have a plain area. If the army comes in large numbers, if they have to basically land soldiers in a quick short turnaround time, how will they do that without an airport? So when Nagaland was being created, an area was given to them from Assam that did not have any Naga population. That was Dimapur. Dimapur, no Naga connection, no Naga population, nothing. It was given to Nagaland even then. Obviously, the people of Dimapur did not like it. They were Assamese, but Dimapur was given to Nagaland. It's a part of Nagaland now. This is the only place in Nagaland where you will find basically, I won't say the only place where there's development, but Dimapur is mainly where you will find if there are companies, a few bit of companies or showrooms, etc. in Nagaland, that's mostly in Dimapur only. So Dimapur is the area which is plain, where you can land planes, where the army, air force can land their planes, helicopters, etc., and then they can take off from there. So the division of the states, when it happened, there were multiple factors that were taken into consideration and not just the population. It's not that the government just selected the areas of Naga population and gave them a new state. The government also looked at the possibilities like these, so that they gave Dimapur also here. So again, coming back, the problem that these states have is most of these are hilly states. If not hilly, apart from hilly, they also are extremely densely forested state. So hilly and densely forested states means in these areas it is extremely difficult to build any heavy infrastructure, to build any factories, industry. It's extremely difficult. In that situation, they don't have their own revenue. So on one hand, the center government has not been giving them enough funds. On the other hand, their own ability to create their funds, their own ability to have their own businesses, to cut down on the forest also has been compromised to a large extent. Then natural resource exploitation. We saw in case of Assam how oil was found in Assam in the Digboy area that led to the British getting attracted to this place. Apart from that, there have been other mineral resources that have been found out. Have you heard about rat hole mining? It became famous a few months back with the Silkyara tunnel rescue. You might have heard about rat hole mining, yes. So rat hole mining, basically, it's seen in northeastern states, mainly in Meghalaya. So it's seen in Meghalaya. So Meghalaya, for example, has some coal mines, but the mines are very small, very unstable, dangerous to actually get into. You can't have heavy machines in these mines. So what happens is that people go into these very narrow places. They go dig inside, dig with their own hands, and then they basically collect as much coal as possible. They come back and then they sell it in the market. So again, these issues of and the government, by the way, has banned it. So this practice of rat hole mining has been banned by the Supreme Court as well. Now the issue here is when the government of India bans these kind of things, the impression it makes in the minds of the people in the northeast is they anyways don't have their jobs, and now whatever they were trying to do, either at hole mining or cultivating drugs, whatever they are trying to do, the government is banning that as well. They are not thinking it or trying to evaluate it from the point of view of is it legal or illegal. For them, the government is just trying to cut down on whatever ways of earning money that they can actually get for themselves. There's isolation. We discussed how there have been violent attacks on the people from the northeast part of the country in multiple states of India. A few years back, and we'll discuss that in next class as well. A few years back, there was this big rumor that started in Bangalore. So there was a fake WhatsApp message that started circulating in Bangalore that said that people from the northeast part of the country who are in Bangalore are being attacked. There was a fake video that started to circulate amongst people that people from the northeast part of the country are being attacked, they are being killed in Bangalore. It created such a bad situation that thousands and thousands of them rushed to the airport and to the railway station to catch any train possible just to leave the city. It was There was no reality in this, it was not happening, but the reason why they believed it was because something like this has happened earlier. In Delhi, for example, there have been multiple instances of attacks against the people from the northeast part of the country, and that is why the feeling of being neglected, the feeling of being isolated has crept up there. The representation in Lok Sabha, Rajya Sabha is also very, very, very limited. The problem is, the problem is in both Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha, both of these houses have representation on the basis of population. And because the northeastern states have very little population, the representation that they have in the parliament is very, very, very low. That is why the political class also does not pay a lot of attention to these states as much as they should. Then there's also role played by external actors, non-state actors, China giving support to insurgents, them being given the weapons by other countries, East Pakistan, Naga army being given. All these are factors that you can write in the main body of the answer. But again, doesn't mean that you have to include all these points. See, the pressure of the examination is very, very different. Right now, sitting freely, you can write or you can think about multiple points to write in the main body. But sitting in the examination, trust me, under so much pressure, you will not be able to think of each and every point. So be prepared for that. You will only be, for example, let's say, only be able to remember 3 points or 4 points or maximum 5 points. So whatever you remember at that point of time, just go ahead with that also. Then the way forward, what can the government do from here? Again, way forward are suggestions to go towards positivity. First, the government should consider lifting the UFSPA. That will bring in more confidence from the people of the arm, from the people living in the northeast part of the country. Also, make efforts to engage with the local population, try and build confidence with them, try and assure them that you are there for them rather than interfering in their local affairs, rather than interfering in their own customs and rituals. Also, make sure that the border issues between the states are resolved. Now, again, as I said, there are multiple states in the northeast that have border issues, especially with Assam. Because they were all carved out of Assam, there are still border disputes that are unresolved. There are disputes, for example, between Assam and Arunachal Pradesh. Assam and Meghalaya have this dispute. So all of that, the government needs to take a high ground here. Central government needs to basically play the negotiator, and they have been doing this. Home Minister of India has been having multiple meetings with the chief ministers to resolve these issues and also try and ensure that the security on the border is strengthened, keep a control on money laundering, illegal trafficking, illegal immigration, all that will be resolved. This is how you will write this answer. Now, again, I'll repeat a few pointers very quickly for your convenience. Number one, most of the questions that we see from this part are not state specific. Most of the questions that we have seen are for the overall area of Northeast. So rather than going into state specific issues, they prefer asking the Northeast part. However, because certain states like Manipur have been a lot in the news, you can't guarantee that that state specific question will not be asked. So again, you can skip those states which have not been very much in news. You can skip Tripura if you want. You can skip Mizoram also if you want. But again, specifically Manipur, Nagaland, I would prefer you still revising that and then reading the overall aspect of it. All right then. Uh, we are now on the verge of starting a new module. Before I do that, I'll give you a few minutes. If you have any relevant questions, again, relevant is a keyword. If you have any relevant questions, feel free to ask. I'll answer those and then we'll go ahead. Vaibhav is saying, what happens if Pakistan, Myanmar, and Bangladesh is again being individual part of India? What about internal security of India? Vaibhav, I would suggest let's not go into imaginary situations. Tomorrow you can say, what if India again becomes a part of Africa? Remember continental drift theory? We all were one single piece of land. So I can ask you, what happens if we all become one piece of land? Then there would not be an internal security dispute, right? So again, and then if you again want to go back, what if we go back to the Big Bang? What if we were all just one molecule? Then again, there would not be any internal security issues. So if you want to go back or imagine, there's no end to it, unfortunately. Vaibhav is saying, can we mention West Bengal with respect to infiltration? Yes, you can. Megha is saying, Meghalaya come from my name like Nagaland come from. No, 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 Megha. Meghalaya does not come from your name, Megha. I'm sorry to disappoint you. Meg means clouds. Meg means clouds. So sorry to disappoint you, but your name also comes from clouds. They also come from clouds. So there is a common lineage there if you want, but yes. So I'm sorry. Okay, let me take up one more question. Uh, Shivam is saying difference between immigration and emigration. Shivam, emigration means leaving the country. Anyone going out of the country is emigration. Immigration is coming in the country, entering the country. Okay. Yes, Manam. Yes, Manam Myanmar comes from your name. I'm thinking what comes from my name, yeah? Hungary? No, Hungary would be too far. But yeah, maybe Myanmar comes from your name. What about Burma? Burma should also come from somewhere, right? Bernal. Anyways, uh, Ankush is saying it's written on the basis of position of Bangladesh from northeastern states. It's written on the first page of Northeast Insurgency. Ankush, please don't lose your sleep over it. If there is an issue with Northeast and Northwest, we will resolve that. Please don't lose your sleep over this one word. Just write Bangladesh, don't worry. You can forget Northeast and Northwest, just write Bangladesh, that would be good enough for you. Okay. Prince is saying, will the CAA have any effect on the present condition of the Northeast? See, Prince, no one can predict the future. Will it have an effect or not? But yes, the reality is no one in the Northeast, people in Assam especially, are in favor of CAA because they believe that all the immigrants should be removed. Doesn't matter the religion, all of them should be removed. Yes, I now have Namibia from Namrata. And what do I have? Uh, Verma from Burma. Okay. I think that's a stretch now. We can stop that. There was a Sri Lata also here in the class. Sri Lata, I think Sri Lanka has been taken from your name. Anyways. Ah, then Pihu. In conclusion, we need to write the policy made by the government or the policy accepted by the government. Pihu, no, no. Policy is not accepted by the government. Policy is made by the government only. There is no point of accepting policy. It's not that I will make the policy and government will accept it. Government only will accept and make the policy. Then Lakshya Singh, modified in sense were soldiers given some special authorities if needed. Lakshya, yes, soldiers have been given special authority in AFSPA. That is what the AFSPA is all about, right? Sapna is saying Christians in northeastern states are also tribal. Yes, Sapna, they are. Then Ankush is saying, what are the conditions to create a state? Why Indian government doesn't want to create more? So again, Ankush, there is no condition to create a state. It depends on what the center government believes. There is no one single condition on the basis of which the state is created. Secondly, why the government does not create more states? The answer is simple, that there will not be any end to it. That if you actually see, one state created will lead to some other demands, then some other demands. In the Northeast, only you can see when Nagaland got created, that gave a boost to Bodos, that we will also demand the same. That gave a boost to Mizos, and now the Kukis also are demanding we want a Kuki land. Tomorrow, if Kuki land is created, and amongst them there will be another small group. So, how many states can you divide? That becomes a big problem. Yes, Vivek, fear of not being unknown, fear of unknown. Fear of being unknown is nothing. Fear of unknown, I think you mean. Shakshi saying, guys, you can now stop the questions. I think it's repetitive now. I'll just answer the ones that have already been asked. Sakshi saying, is a background of a northeastern related question will come. Sakshi, again, I can't predict what question will come and what question will not. Mostly the questions that have come are collectively from Northeast, but yes, state specific questions may come depending on which state is in the news. Vaibhav, the class PPTs are good enough. Apart from that, if something happens recently, then follow the current affairs thing. Hemlata, Harit Pradesh is from your name. Hemlata, but Harit Pradesh has not been formed so far, right? When Harit Pradesh is formed, then we'll give you the name of it. Preetham, yes, I'm just taking 4 or 5 more questions that have come in. Guys, you can stop asking question now. Let me quickly wrap up 4 or 5 questions, then we'll go ahead. Srilata, yes, agreed. Uh, Lakshya Singh, AFSPA was not abolished in 2016 after hunger strike. Lakshya, no, it was not. Then Pihu Singh, I have read in my book that AFSPA is martial law. No, 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 no. If you have read that in your book, please remove that book, Pihu. AFSPA and martial law are very different. Martial law has never been imposed in India. Martial law, although has been given in the Constitution Part 3, but it has never been imposed in India. Martial law means a situation where the army will become the government, where they will start making the laws, they will start imposing the laws. That is not true in AFSPA. In AFSPA, army does not get the power to run the government. Army gets some special power, but that is not martial law. Please don't be confused with that. Uh, okay, one last question from Sapna. Why their culture is different from others? So special provision for northeastern states. Sapna, their culture is different from the others because when they say that we were not a part of India, they are not lying. If you look at pre-British era, the Indian boundary mainly ended with Assam, and a lot of Nagaland, these parts were actually part of Burma. They had a different culture, which is not lying, which is true. So they have a different culture because they have been brought up differently. Simple. All right, then. Let's start. Only I do take at least one question after every module. I give you your practice questions also, and then I solve a question after every module. Not sure how many more can I solve for you, but at least I try to solve one after every module. Anyway, let's go ahead then. The next module that we will be starting is a module from where in the last few years, most of the questions have been asked in internal security. If you look at internal security question in GS3, in the last 5 to 6 years, most of the questions have come from this part. That is the part about media, mainly social media, what is the role that they play, role of technology. This is from where most of the questions have come in the last few years. Now, this is again the question, and this is the topic which is also relevant from the current affairs point of view. A lot of new things happen in this part, and the government tries to tackle this by making new rules, by making new policies. So let's start with a discussion on the media and how it has changed and how it has become so challenging for the government in the past few years. The idea is simple. Now the role of media has become so big because everyone is a journalist now. Please try and understand this. Go back about 15 years in an era where hardly anyone had a mobile phone. Even if you had a mobile phone, it was not with high speed internet or not great cameras, etc. Not in the era of social media. If you go back about 20 years or so, the only people who had the power to come on the TV, the only people who were famous, were the ones who were real journalists. They did a journalism course, they had a journalism training, they knew what to do, they knew how to write, they knew how to handle issues. They were the only ones that had the power to come on the TV. Now, what has happened? Everyone is a journalist now. To be a journalist, all that you need to do is have a mobile phone, have a mobile connection, switch on the camera wherever you see any news, go live on social media, make a video, upload that, and then see the magic. Now, this has become very problematic because in an era where there is no restriction on who can reach how many people, it has become extremely, extremely dangerous. When there was a time that only a few people could access this media, only a few people had the power to come and talk to many people, there were still some standards that were maintained. Now there is no standard that is maintained because everyone now can reach millions and millions of people because of the reach of social media. Now this has become very problematic. This has become extremely, extremely problematic because number one, there is no concept of anyone keeping a check. In the news media or in the newspaper, there is a post called the editor. Now, not today, but earlier, editor used to be the most important post in any channel or in any newspaper. The editor used to decide eventually what will be published and what will not be published, what will go on television, what will not go on television. It was the editor who used to have the final word. Editor could be held responsible. He or she was the one who was trained for many years, had a degree, had pedigree, had knowledge to decide each and every one of these things. They filtered out the information that will go out. On social media, in the time that we are living in, there's nothing but an editor in our phone. You make a video, you do whatever you want, and then post it on social media. And it is a reality. You have an accident on the road, first thing that people will do, take out a phone. You have someone trying to come out of a very hard situation, the first thing you will do, take out your phone. Someone has fallen in the river, rather than trying to help him come out, take out your phone. Hey guys, I'm live, see this person is drowning, I'll now ask him how is he, give like, give share. So all these things have become problematic because again there is no filtering. And the second problem is because there is no filtering, there is always a problem of fake news. The problem of fake news has become so big because again earlier there were only few people or few TV channels that had the right to publish the news. So government could keep an eye on them. There were news on the radio, news on the TV, newspaper. So there were a handful of people who the government could regulate. Now the news comes in from everywhere. There is now no end to the news. News can come in from social media, from your mobile phone, from your own videos. That has become problematic. It's instant and it is free. If you ask me, I would think that one of the biggest turning points in India, and many people would not agree with me, I sincerely believe one of the biggest turning points in India as a society was when Jio introduced a free data pack. Remember, when Jio was launched and they introduced this free internet thing that you can come in, get your free SIM card, and then basically there was free internet. People left their jobs. They used to stand in lines the entire day just to get the free SIM card. Remember? People used to stand in the line. Now, if you don't remember, I'll just remind you. Before Jio was launched, before Jio was launched, Vodafone, Airtel, Idea, whatever you had, You There are usual rates for data pack was 1 GB, 250 rupees for 1 month. 1 month, 250 rupees. And I remember when we used to have that recharge, we never used to watch any video. Never, because playing one video was like, oh, my data is gone. You would wait till the end of the month, on the last day, when the pack is about to get expired. Then you will see how many MBs are left. Oh, 200 MBs are still left. Now I will see some video on YouTube. That was the era that we had before Geo. Once Geo came into picture and they started saying, oh, it is free, all of them had to follow, all of them had to come up with the same plan because there was competition. And again, you might not agree with me, I sincerely believe that ruined the entire generation of Indians. The only reason why you have your phone in your hand and you keep on doing this today is because you know you have unlimited data. If I told you for every Instagram reel, your data will be deducted and you can only watch 10 Instagram reels in a day, imagine how productive your day will be. But now, because you know there's no limit on Instagram reel and whatever you want, you can post any video that you want. There's no issue of the data. That becomes a problem. Again, please don't write this in the exam. You never know who's checking the copy. Maybe some relative of Mr. Mani is checking the copy and he will be angry with you. So this is just my view. Don't write this. This has not been proven. Anyways, don't write what has not been proven. Anyways. So again, this is what my view is, that why India, and again, I'll tell you one other interesting thing. In no other country, in no other country, you will find young people standing in on the roads and doing nothing. It's only in India. In smaller cities, you go out in the evening, you will see a bunch of guys standing on the side of the road doing nothing. What doing that is just standing there, just talking, and then just looking at the phone and doing nothing. Absolutely nothing. You will not see that anywhere in the world where young people standing on the road and you ask them, what are you doing? Nothing. So there is a problem that we have. Again, I am not blaming anyone because the person I am about to blame can buy everything, including me. So I'm not blaming anyone. But again, all of this has given rise to a new media. The other problem is that the reach of this media is unlimited. Before this Geo thing came up, or not Geo, but before WhatsApp came up, if you had to call someone in the US, trust me, you will not call them, doesn't matter how much you love them. You will not call them. You will only email them. Doesn't matter if they were the love of your life. That is why in that era there were no long distance relationships. It was just not possible to have long distance relationships. Now it has become possible. If you are really serious, you can have long distance relationship because media allows you to. There is data, there is online calling, free calling, etc. When my parents got their mobile phone, I still remember I was in school when the parents got the mobile phone. I think 2003, 4, somewhere that time they got the mobile phone. There was charges for incoming calling. So when someone used to call, they did not pick it up because again they were charging for incoming calling. So they will call, they will cut the call, and then they will send an SMS. What happened? Tell me. SMS was about 50 paisa. So because incoming, you pick up the call, then also you'll be charged. So they started sending SMSs. At that time, SMS was important. Again, let's come back, not going into that era of old technology. But again, the new media has changed everything, and that is why there is a need for regulation as well. There is a need for regulation as well. Chetsa, yes. See, again, guys, I am not saying that everything that happened was bad. Probably the reason why half of you are able to see me in this online class is because of Mr. Ambani. So I will not blame Mr. Ambani for what he did. So I am not saying that he ruined everything. It depends on how the people use it. It is obviously true. Technology is just neutral. It depends on how you are using it. Same knife is made to cut vegetables. But if you use that knife to murder someone, the mistake is not that knife was bad. The mistake is that the person using the knife is bad, right? Knife is supposed to cut vegetable, but if you start coming fingers and neck and someone else's hand, that is a bad thing. So I won't blame internet for that. I blame the people who were doing it. Anyways, so now what happens is, with that there started a need for regulations. The government of India realized that we can't just have open media, because earlier there were laws for TV, what the news can show, what the news cannot show. There were laws for that. I'll give you a very simple example. For a very long time, there was a law that you cannot show a kissing scene on Indian television. There was a law that no, you cannot show anyone kissing on Indian television. Even when the movies were released, when they were released in the hall, they might have a kissing scene, but in the when the movie was shown on television, they had to cut it, because that is how it all worked. Now, what happened was OTT platforms came in. The same rules, the same rules that applied to TV were not applicable to OTT platforms. They said that no, we are different, and that is where there were loopholes that were found. So they started showing stuff that could not be shown on TV, and that is why there is a need to have better regulations, like for OTT platform, for social media, etc. Now, media has been misused for a lot of things. In fact, media right now is a favorite bashing teddy for everyone. Everyone bashes the media. Everyone speaks media is the worst thing in the world. Everyone blames them. That is not entirely true, not entirely false. Also, you can blame the media for a lot of things. But again, it also depends on who exactly is the person using it. Misuse of media can be seen in a lot of ways. First, propaganda. I hope you all know what propaganda is. Propaganda means spreading false information. Spreading false information in the sense trying to push a message, push an image in the minds of the people. Do you know? I'll tell you an interesting fact here. Do you know Mr. Adolf Hitler had a propaganda minister in his cabinet? Do you know that? One of his ministers, one of Mr. Hitler's ministers, his post was, I am the propaganda minister. Why? Because he had to spread the propaganda of Hitler. That Hitler is this, Hitler is that. His only job was just to spread the propaganda that Mr. Hitler is the god, Mr. Hitler is this, Mr. Hitler is that. That was the propaganda minister. So now media is used to spread propaganda as well to a large extent. Then media is also misused for rumor mongering. We have seen so many instances of it. I gave you the Bangalore instance of violence against the Northeast people. There were also been instances of people where there has been mob lynching. There have been, so what happens is there are rumors that, see this, these two people, they have kidnapped a kid, and anyone who sees this should attack them. And that message then starts to circulate. Whenever these people are found by anyone, they are attacked and they are even killed, and it has happened multiple times. In fact, go back to a few months back. Just a few months back, it happened in Manipur. So a few months back, what happened in Manipur was there was a there was a photo of a girl that was circulated, and apparently the photo was of a very old case in Agra or Jaipur, I think. So it was a case in Agra or Jaipur where the girl was killed, her body was stuffed in a bag and then destroyed. Now that photo was circulated a lot in Manipur, and the message with the photo was that this is a Methi girl kidnapped by the Kukis, and see, Kukis have killed her. And then the Metis basically said, we will take revenge, we will now do this to their girls. All this is rumor mongering, which can be done with the help of social media. The same thing cannot be shown on television, TV news. By the way, I'm sorry, these days TV news can show anything. They can show there's a chip in 2000 rupee note. So they can't do anything. But again, there are at least regulations on what you can show on TV and what you cannot. But with social media, there is absolutely nothing that you can do to stop them. Those who don't know what is mob lynching means when a group of people attack and kill someone. Mob means group of people, tens and hundreds of people coming and attacking someone on basis of a misunderstanding, basis of something else, and they start attacking them. That's called mob lynching. All that is done because rumors start to spread. There is fake news. Again, fake news, something that all of us are familiar with. There is the use of AI. For example, a few months back, wrestlers are protesting at the Jantar Mantar. You all would have seen that wrestlers protest when they were protesting against the wrestling chief. Now, these wrestlers were arrested by the police. The police put them all in the bus and they were taking them away. And all of a sudden, there was a photo that was circulated that see wrestlers are smiling, laughing in the bus with the police. So it is all a pre planned conspiracy that wrestlers are just basically there for the show. They are smiling and laughing in the bus, but it turned out to be a fake photo. It was a fake photo to spread this misinformation about the wrestlers. All that is done because of fake news. Then there's paid news. You pay the money and I will show whatever you want. That also is a reality. Then there's social engineering. What exactly is social engineering? Any idea? Any idea what is social engineering? Okay. Try and understand social engineering. Social engineering basically means you are not shown anything false. There is no fake news. You will all be given the true news, but in such a manner that you will start believing only one side of the story. I'll give you an example. I'll give you an example. So let's assume there is a case. Understand, listen to this very carefully. Let's assume there is a case of four people raping a young girl. Okay, there is a case, four people raping a young girl. Now, the news will say four people of this religion raped a girl of the other religion. This will be the headline. In the other case, when other people are involved, they will just say four youth accused of killing and raping a girl. They will not mention the religion. They will mention religion only in one news where it suits them. So what happens is, in your mind, they are instilling a belief that people from only one community do this. Because when you read the news, only one region comes to your headline time and time again, and your mind will be people from this region only do this. Other regions don't do this. Why? Because you are fed this information. Again, this is not false. This is true. Just that they did not tell you the absolute fact about the other news as well. So whenever it suits the news, whenever it suits them, they will mention all the details. When it does not suit them, they will not mention the details. They will just say four youth have been arrested for raping a girl. No religion mentioned, nothing mentioned. And in other case, they will mention everything. That is called social engineering. That is called social engineering. So basically, molding your mind in a way that they want, molding your views, your thoughts in a manner that they want by showing you only half of the picture, not showing you the other side of the story. Again, this is not false, this is not fake news, this is not paid news, everything is legal. But what they're doing is unethical. They are deliberately hiding the information which will give you the complete picture. They'll only show you some. I'll give you another example. Let's say you can take the example of farm protests this time or the last time. You will be shown by some media, and this happened on both the sides, by the way. I'm not blaming one side. One side of the media will only show you farmers who are carrying a gun, farmers who are only coming in Audi, farmers who are wearing designer clothes, and then you say, oh, these are not poor farmers. Other side of the media will only show you the poor farmers, the farmers that are needy. They will not show you the rich farmers. So both the sides are trying to socially engineer your mindset. Both the sides are trying to put this into your mind that there are only one types of farmers, so that you can actually, or you will, when you go and vote, it plays on your mind. That becomes a problem. And that again is social engineering. This is a very useful tool for political parties. And again, not just in India, Around the world, the political parties do this in large numbers because at the end of the day, democracy just depends on the number of votes that you get. Democracy does not depend on how many or how you got the votes, how people were convinced. As long as you got the votes, that is what democracy is. You win. As simple as that. Then illicit activities through social media, drug trade, there is cyber attacks, etc., that take place due to social media. There is hacking. Uh, I don't want to spend time into it, but there is a very major scam that has started in the US in the past 2 or 3 years. It has become very famous in the US. The scam is called pig butcher. Uh, Again, don't go into a lot of detail of this. Pig butchering basically is a financial scam in the US, started in the last 2 to 3 years. So, what happens in this is you get a message online, it will be a fake message. Message will be like, "Hi, are you Alan? Hi, are you Janice? Hi, doctor. I got my report." Something like this random message will come in. If you ignore the message, you are safe. If you don't ignore the message and you reply, "I am not this, wrong number," etc., or whatever, now this person starts to have a conversation with you that "I am this, where are you from?" And if you are lonely, you're looking for friendship, you might fall for it. And they continue talking to you for months and weeks, and then they will basically attract you towards an investment scheme. And this is when the scam begins. And it's not a small scam. As per the US government, over $3 billion have been lost because of this scam. Over $3 billion. Those who are not able to calculate $3 billion, for your help, I'll tell you $3 billion, 24,000 crore rupees. More than this, if you consider 80 rupees as the rate for dollar. So, again, this is a problem that we have even in the most developed countries. Even in the most developed countries, the people fall for these kind of scams. And all of this is because of social media. And again, we have fallen for these scams in India as well. I don't know how many of you got this. I've gotten this many times. On WhatsApp, you will get a message that I'm hiring for this and this agency, looking for part-time people. You can earn 2,000 rupees a day. All that you have to do, give a 5-star rating and then send a screenshot. I will send you 150 rupees. Have you seen that? I have gotten that message many times. I always earn 150 rupees and then I block them. So, so again, this is something that is present in India also in large numbers. So people do get all these kind of things because of social media. Now, again, please understand these things usually happen at individual level. These things usually happen at individual level. Individuals are harmed, but it also takes the shape of something bigger, and then it becomes an internal security challenge. Till the time it's happening at an individual level, it's still fine. At least the entire country is not harmed. But when it takes the shape of harming the bigger population, then it becomes an internal security challenge. So with the social media, all these are internal security challenges that we have been seeing. First, manipulation of elections. Thankfully, at least in India, it has not happened at a large scale, but it has happened in other countries. There are many countries where there are allegations that outside interference is seen in elections. In US itself, there were allegations that Russia has been interfering in their elections. In other countries also, Canada, for example, is alleging that there's interference in their elections also. So interference in elections or manipulation the election is a real thing. And again, even the developed countries, the richest countries are not away from this. Even they face all this problem. There is instigation, rebellion, civil unrest. That is why, if you have realized, whenever there is a law and order problem, the first thing that the government does is what? Shut down the internet. Have you realized this? Shut down the internet. First thing that they always do, shut it down. Why? Because again, it is because of the internet that you will be able to spread your message to thousands of people, ask them to come at a single place, ask them to collect, ask them to surround a certain government building, ask them to attack someone. If you shut down the internet, you take away the possibility of such kind of problems. You take away the possibility of a mob collecting. And that again is a good thing for the government, because there has been a drastic increase in mob violence, in riots, all of this because message can be spread instantly. Earlier, at least, you could only call one person at a time when we used to have landlines. Then mobile started, you could send SMS. SMS also had a limit. There was a law for a long time, there was a limit of 100 messages in a day. In a day, you could not send 100 messages, but now it is unlimited. There are so many platforms that allow you to send messages to whoever you want, how many people you want without any restriction. Communal polarization, religion lines, people have been divided because of social media. Radicalization, extremism has spread. Terrorist organizations such as ISIS, they recruit through social media. Do you know that? Their recruitment happens through social media. Their agents contact other people. They try to lure them into these terror groups. They are in touch with people from all around the world because of social media. There is also organized crime such as hacking, extortion, etc. on the dark web. Darknet, as I told you earlier as well, it's a side of internet that is not accessible by usual browsers. The usual browsers that we have, Chrome, Safari, Mozilla, Firefox, you can't access most of the website using them. They are called the dark net. For them, there are special kind of browsers that come in. The important thing about darknet is it's very difficult to track these activities, very difficult to see who has visited what website. The IP address is hidden, and that is why for illegal activities, people go to the darknet, try and communicate with the others, try and send these messages. Now, there are many examples of how exactly these issues have started in different parts of the world. There are a few examples that you can see. For example, first, Arab Spring. I hope all of you have at least heard of Arab Spring. If not, yeah, sorry for that, guys. I think there was a disruption for 1 minute. Can everyone hear me? Can everyone hear me now? Okay, I think there was a disruption for a minute or so. Okay, thank you, guys. Thank you, thank you. So again, there are a lot of examples of how social media has disrupted things. First, Arab Spring. Now, what is Arab Spring? Arab Spring basically was a phenomena in Middle East and North Africa. So it started in 2010s. What happened was, what happened was, this was an era where a lot of countries in the Middle East and in North Africa started seeing a lot of protest, very wide scale protest. Most of these countries were under dictatorship for many, many, many years. For example, it started in Tunisia, then it went on to countries such as Egypt, there was Libya, Syria. A lot of the other countries also were involved in this case. In fact, there were countries such as Lebanon, Jordan, all of these were involved here. So what happened was, starting with Tunisia, lot of common people started sending messages to each other that we need to protest against the government. All of us should assemble at this place at this time. Let's protest against the government. And thousands and lakhs of people used to come out. They created so much pressure on the government, and in many of these countries, the government had to resign. This was called the Arab Spring. It led to protests from one country to the other country. Even the countries with very old dictatorships saw the Arab Spring and saw all these protests happening. In Kuwait also, Oman, Sudan, Yemen also, we saw these kind of protests happening. All that was possible because of social media. It was only because of social media that the message could be spread for such a large population where people could be given this message that you have to assemble here at this point of time. The exodus of northeast people from South India, I already gave the example of Bangalore, how the rumors started in Bangalore that people from the northeast part of the country are under attack. The Russian interference in presidential election, again, it is alleged Russian interference. Many people believe that in the American elections in 2016, when Donald Trump won the election, many people believe that there was interference from Russia. Russia, Vladimir Putin, they held Donald Trump to win. There were multiple cases that went on. There were meetings between Russian representatives and Donald Trump. There are still cases going on for that interference. There's a mob lynching issue. I gave an example about that. Rumors start to spread with photos of a few people that these are kidnappers of children. Wherever they are seen, they're attacked. This results in mob lynching. There was a Facebook Cambridge Analytica scandal. I don't know if you have heard of it or not. So basically, Cambridge Analytica is a UK company. So what they basically did was, it was alleged that in the American elections, the Republican Party specifically, to win the elections, they got a lot of data from Facebook. And with the help of this company that is Cambridge Analytica, they tried to influence the voters. So basically, let's imagine what happened. So Facebook or any social media platform where you put a lot of your life out with photos and videos is a part of your personality. I'll give you a simple example. Let's say there are elections that are happening in India. A political party wants to know people living in this city like what exactly. So, for example, political party will ask Facebook that people belonging to a city, let's say Raipur, Bangalore, Chennai, Kolkata, whatever. Let's say this random city, they will ask Facebook, what do people from this city usually talk about on Facebook? What are the kind of videos they post? What are the kind of photos that they post? What are the posts that they like usually? Facebook will give them all that data. Shetsha, sorry, but nothing is private on Facebook. If you're on Facebook, nothing is private. So Facebook will give them all that data. This company, Cambridge Analytica, this will basically get this data from Facebook. They will analyze the data and they will supply their findings to political parties. So, for example, they will tell the political party that in this city, people really like, let's say most of the people are vegetarians, or most of the people like going on a certain place, or like going on certain, they all like going to a certain temple or certain mosque. The political party can use that information now to decide who will be the candidate here, to decide how to influence the voters, to decide how exactly can they actually win that election. Now, this is not manipulation, but again, this is something that in political terms can be called as unethical, because you are trying to know the private life of your voters. This is the entire business model of Facebook. How does Facebook earn money? The idea is simple. Let's say I have a company that makes motorbikes. Okay. I am launching a new motorbike tomorrow. Now I want to run ads, but when I run ads and publish ads, the problem is I don't want my ads to be shown to grandparents or mothers or young children who will not buy bikes. I only want my ads to be seen by those people who are in that age bracket, let's say about 20 to 40 years, who are usually in, or who usually have bikes, or who like to ride bikes. So what I will do, I will call Facebook. I will tell them I'm giving you 1 crore rupees, run my ad, but make sure my ad is only seen by people who are in this age bracket 20 to 40 and who are usually above a certain income level so that they can buy my bike. So Facebook now will see who are the people who keep on posting photos about bike, Who are the people who keep on liking photos about bike rides, about cars, etc., long trips, road trips, etc.? To those people specifically, the ad will be shown. That is how Facebook and Instagram, all of them earn money. So the ads that you see are not the same for everyone. The ads that I might see on social media will be very different. The ads that you might see on social media will be very different, because again we have different personality traits, and based on that the ads are shown. This is called targeted advertising. That is why Facebook and all these social media platforms make so much money, because when the companies just publish the ad in the newspaper, the problem is they don't know who is reading the paper, who is not. The paper might be read by children, by a child who is not interested in buying anything. The paper might be read by someone who's not interested in buying anything. So they want targeted marketing. That is where voters, etc., also are targeted. This is why social media becomes such a big tool for political parties. Another example is a blue whale challenge. I don't know how many of you have heard of it. Have you heard of it? Blue whale challenge. If not, then good. So most of you have. Okay. Most of you have. Some have not. I hope you have not tried it, if you even if you have heard of it. So basically, those who don't know, Blue Whale Challenge basically is a kind of a game where you are given challenges. So, for example, the first challenge will be simple: do this, eat this much, fine. Second challenge, higher, that you have to do this. Third challenge will be even higher. Let's say go to the rooftop or jump from first floor, fine. Then last challenge will be basically to kill yourself. Last challenge will be to go on 10th floor or 12th floor and then basically jump from there. That's called the blue whale, the blue whale challenge. Now, you may like it or not, but many kids fell for that. Many kids committed suicide or killed themselves because I don't know how they wanted to win this game. I'll tell you something about this game. Uh, I find it laughable, but you should not laugh. So, who invented this game? Apparently, there was a Russian professor of psychology who invented this game. And when he was asked why you invented this game, and listen to his reply was, I wanted to remove stupid people from the earth. He said, I wanted to have a game so that stupid people are removed from the earth. And he was like, I was successful. That is what I wanted to do. I wanted to remove all the stupid people from the earth so that the earth becomes a better place, so that we only have people who actually are intelligent enough to understand this is not to be done. And he was like, see, I'm successful. I was able to do that. So, again, not judging anyone, but these are some of the examples of how bad social media or online technology can be. There are many other examples of social media, many other examples of technology that is being used here to influence people in large numbers, in small numbers, in big cities, in small cities. All of that is being done because social media has such a wide reach right now. All right, before I go ahead, I'll give you a few minutes. If you have any relevant questions, please feel free to ask. Pavitra, I told you the main concept of blue whale. The main concept of blue whale is follow the challenges, nothing else. Dwaipa is saying, how can an app order a man to kill himself? Dwaipa, it's not an order. It's a game. If you're serious about the game, great. If you're not, great. Only what is important to be noted, only whatever is important, I am noting on the PPT myself. You just have to remember that. Vivek, I don't know and I'm not interested in telling you what browser is used for darknet. If you're interested, Google it, go ahead. All right, let's see any other questions. Why the UN shut the darknet You, I'm not sure what do you think of the UN, but UN is not a body that can shut down anything. Uh, there's a question from Krishika. Difference between between misinformation and disinformation. Misinformation may not always be intentional. By mistake, you might have spread it. Disinformation is intentionally spreading false information. No way. UAE and Qatar were not in the Arab Spring. Diksha saying how many people killed through the game. Guys, if you want these kind of answers, just Google. I'm not sure why you're asking me. I did not keep a count of how many people were killed. If you're interested, file an RTI, maybe let me also know. Uh, Ankush saying I did not find the game. Ankush, try harder. I'm sure you will. If you're so so keen on finding it, I'm sure you will find it somehow. Go ahead and find it. Then Joshila is saying, is it possible to get the PPT link for? Joshila, I think you'll only get those link once the class starts. I'm not sure you'll get that before that. Sakshi, incognito mode is normal web. That's not darknet. That's not darknet. That's entirely different. Lakshya saying how to answer for internet service provider availability in Northeast area. Should there be Geo, Airtel for good development? So Lakshya, we had discussed this earlier also. You see, the companies will only work for their profit. So they will only work in areas where they think that they will get profit. It is the government's responsibility to provide connection or basic information or basic broadband to everyone. The government is working on that. The government have their own funds as well. There is something called universal obligation fund, universal service obligation fund, under which the central government spends money to build telecom infrastructure. So it is happening. Then Sakshi saying social engineering is brainwashed by true facts. Sakshi, there's nothing called true facts. There are facts only. If there are false facts, then they are not facts. So brainwashed by true, you can say that, but again, why do you want to define something that is already defined? It's like saying, sir, can I say sun is a very hot red and yellow ball? No, it's sun. So let's call social engineering only. No. Then Chechai said number of comment section is the reason why people fail for the games. Fall for the games. Yes. I hope they fall for the game before the final stage. I hope they don't go to the final stage. Doepar is saying I had gotten messages like you won 2 lakhs, people call on the WhatsApp number. Yes. There are some Nigerian prince that are looking to transfer 2 lakh rupees to your account. You will get these messages. Preetham is saying if darknet is illegal, how are people able to access it? Preetham, if drugs are illegal, how are people able to buy this? If crossing the red light is illegal, how are you able to cross a red light? Because people can, right? Simple answer. One last question before we take a break. Ankush saying there's a 5 rupees scam. I had a delivery, thought delivery called 25 rupees lost from my bank account. I don't know what to say. I just wish that you guys don't fall for these scams. There is no easy way to earn money. Just understand that if someone is offering you money for free, it's just not true. Trust me. Anyway, let's take a break. Be back at 7:20. We'll resume from here, guys. Hi everyone. So before we went on a break, we were talking about social media, the challenges of social media, what social media has done for our internal security, some of the examples of the issues that we have faced, not just in India but around the world also. We discuss about the issues of fake news, discuss about the issues of social engineering, how it impacts elections, day-to-day life, security of the people, so on and so forth. All these things we have discussed. Now, let's focus on how are we trying to counter these and how can we counter these challenges. First, the obvious one, counter fake news with authentic news. But again, it's easier said than done. Who will tell you at every single news that this is true and this is false? Usually it is believed that only believe the news that you get from authentic sources. So the source of the news is important. If you are getting your news from a website or from an app that you have never even heard of, then it cannot be trusted. If you're getting your news from platforms which you usually read, which are reputable, which are national newspapers, that is usually a better way of trusting whether the news is true or not. Have guidelines for social media for government organizations. We will discuss that also in just a bit. The government of India has released certain guidelines, especially for government organizations, as in how the government organizations can use social media. For example, these days, chief ministers, prime minister, army, all the government departments, ministries have their own official social media accounts. You will get a lot of news directly straight away from their social media accounts, Twitter or X as it is called. There should be guidelines for how can this be used and are the people supposed to trust this only. Social media firms should have greater transparency. We'll discuss that also in a bit. How is that ensured? How social media firms are held responsible? Social media firms should cooperate with the law and order and the law enforcement agencies of the day. This is also a big issue in India. The government of India has been at odds with Twitter, or X as a company has been renamed now. There have been constant issues between the government of India and the social media X. Twitter or X keeps on saying that the government of India always demands that certain accounts should be banned. So, what has happened in the past few years, there are a lot of issues between social media companies and the government of India. For example, Twitter or X, their argument is that we support free speech. Their argument is we support free speech, so we cannot ban the accounts of people. They say if we start banning accounts of the people on social media, then the entire point of people coming on social media will be defeated. The entire point of having social media platforms is to give freedom to the people, that you are able to come here and express your opinion, and we cannot stop that. The government, on the other hand, says that there are reasonable restrictions that can be imposed. For example, the government of India says that if someone is spreading false news, if someone is spreading hateful news, for example, someone is spreading news that is false in the name of religion, demanding people to protest, demanding people to come out in large numbers, that should be banned. That is the government's idea. But the problem is Twitter or X, they say that the government starts to misuse this power. How? Twitter says that when we try and, let's say, agree to government has given us name of 5 accounts that ban these are spreading fake and false news. Yes, we will do that. If we do that tomorrow, the government is encouraged, and then they start giving the list of a lot more accounts. And now the government basically blurs the line between the government and the country. Please understand, government and the nation are two different things. The government of India, as per Twitter, Rather than banning anti-national activities, they now try to ban anti-government activities. These are two separate things. You are free to criticize the government. You don't like the government, you're free to criticize that. Only because you criticize the government, that your social media account should not be banned. Your social media account, your Twitter or X account may be banned because you were not in line with the country's laws, because you, let's say, criticize the country, or basically spread false news about the country. But you are allowed to ban the government. But what the government does, in order to exert their power, in order to exert their influence, the governments don't want anyone speaking against them. Anyone who challenges the government authority, anyone who speaks against the government tries to get their accounts banned as well. And this becomes a problem. This is what Twitter or X or social media companies have been alleging, that first, we don't want to ban accounts just because the government has asked us, because if we start doing that, there will not be any end to it. Twitter, in fact, says that India is one of those countries that makes the most demands from the side of the government to ban accounts. No other democratic country does that. Now, how to draw the balance between criticizing the government and criticizing the country, that remains a big challenge. So, the government is trying to have guidelines for social media firms. The social media firms also should respect the law of the country, should understand that if the country has a law and order issue, they should be good enough, or they should be at least humble enough to accept and help the government. Then there's a issue of data localization. Data localization is also a big issue in India. Please understand, this is important. Now, let's assume you use Facebook or Instagram. Now, when you upload your photos or videos on either of the two, Facebook or Instagram, the data that you're uploading or the media that you're uploading, it is getting saved somewhere. So, Facebook, Instagram all have their huge servers. In their servers, all the information that you give them, it's like, consider that as a humongous hard disk. Just like you have a hard disk where you store your photos, your videos, Facebook, Instagram, they also have their humongous hard disk. All the people who upload their photos, their videos, all that data gets stored in that data center. Now, usually, most of these companies don't have data centers in India. Like, whatever data that you give to Facebook, or whatever data that you give to Twitter or to Instagram, all of that will be stored in a memory. The huge data centers created by them, they are not in India, they are all somewhere else in America or other countries. Now, what happens in this case? Indian government wants that data of Indian users should be stored in India only. This is called data localization. We want companies such as Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, or all these companies, we want that their data centers where they store all that data should be in India and not anywhere else in the world. Why? The point is, if they are in India, only then the Indian laws will apply to them. Only when then the Indian laws will apply. The government can take action then. Means, if let's say there's a social media post which is spreading false news, which is spreading hatred, the government wants it to be removed. That can only be removed if the company would agree to the government. The company does not agree, saying that, oh, no, no, that data is stored in our data center in the US, your law does not apply to that, we will not do that. That becomes a challenge for the government. The government over the years has demanded data localization, has demanded that data of the Indians should be stored in India and nowhere else in the world. The companies don't agree, and the reasons are the same. The companies don't agree because they know once they start storing their data in India, the Indian government will then start demanding to take out so many posts every random day. Whenever they don't like a post, they will say, oh, remove this post, it is critical of us. Whenever they don't like a post, they will ask the company to remove that. The companies don't do that. So none of the big social media companies that we have in India have their data stored in India. All the data that you give them, all of that is stored in some other countries where the government, where these companies think that they will get more freedom, where these companies think that the government does not interfere in their working, unlike the Indian government. And that also is a big issue. Social media companies or firms should also have self regulation, means rather than depending upon the government to tell them this is fake news, this is spreading hatred, you should remove it. The companies themselves should have this algorithm in place that if they detect any message, any information, any post that is spreading violence, it should be removed automatically. Why do we have to wait for the government to come up and give these instructions to the companies? Why not the company itself go ahead and remove it? That is also a suggestion. Regulation by the government, that is something that has been done, and also surveillance. Now, again, enhanced surveillance means keeping an eye on the users. That also is a very gray area. On one hand, you want the social media platforms to be free. You don't want them interfering in your day-to-day life as a user. On the other hand, you want them to have at least some kind of surveillance to keep an eye on people who are using this. So it's a gray area, nor here nor there. That remains a big challenge. Now we'll discuss about what exactly has the government of India done by the way of making a law, and what is it that are these laws basically able to able to improve the situation in India? Are these laws able to improve the current problem of social media regulation in India? Now, for this purpose, the government of India a few years back established a committee called Sri Krishna Committee. Sri Krishna, Mr. B. N. Sri Krishna, retired Supreme Court judge, under his leadership, there was a committee that was created. Now, this committee had suggested what should be the way forward for the government to pass a law about social media regulation, basically data protection law. How the data will be protected, how exactly would we allow the data to be used for the people, so on and so forth. So these are the things that they had suggested. So they talked about something called data fiduciary and data principle. Now, what exactly do you mean by this? Let's try and understand. Anyone who knows what is data principle and data fiduciary? Anyone who understands this? Okay, let's see. Let's see. So let's first start with data principle. So data principle is the individual whose data it is. Individual whose data it is. So for example, we are talking about your photo. Let's say we are talking about your photo. So your photo means you are the data principal. It is a video where you are appearing in the video. It's a video of you doing something. That means it is you who is a data principal. Now, data fiduciary. Data fiduciary basically means a person who is using this data. Let's take an example. I clicked your photo. I am uploading that photo. So you are the data principal. It is your photo. I am uploading it. So I am the data fiduciary. So I am using this data to upload it, to get likes or comments or whatever. I am using the data. I am the data fiduciary. You are the person who the data is about. So you are the individual whose data it is. It is you in that photo, it is you in that video. So you become the data principal, and the person who is using that is called a data fiduciary. We'll discuss about this in detail later on. Then the committee also talked about having right to be forgotten. They suggested this. Now, what do you mean by right to be forgotten? Let's try and understand this. Right to be forgotten is a big debate in Europe. Yes, Shweta, both the data fiduciary and principal can be the same person also if you upload your own photo. Now, what exactly is right to be forwarded? It's a big, big, big debate in Europe. In India, it's not such a big debate, but let's try and understand. The idea is, let's assume tomorrow someone does a Google search on my name. Okay? Let's say if they do a Google search on my name. Now, if you just type my name, something will come up. Now, what will come up, I don't have any control over it, right? I don't know what link will come up. I don't know what profile will come up. I don't know what video will come up, but something will come up, right? The question is, Google did not take permission from me that I will show some of the results about your name. They did not take permission from me. So, should I not have the right to tell Google that nothing should come up in my name? It should all be forgotten. Because at the end of the day, it is about me. So I should have the right to be forgotten. Means I should not have any social media presence. If I don't want it, there should be nothing that should come on my name. Simple right to privacy. Now, let's take an real life application of this. So I'll give you a real life application. So what happens, let's assume, and I wish it does not happen. Let's take an example. Let's say there's a random person who is arrested by the police. Okay. Now, when the police comes in to arrest you, it will become a big scene. Media will come in, media will publish it in the news. So let's assume they publish in the news, in the newspaper, there's an article that you were arrested by the police on some charges. Became a sensational news, fine. Then police investigated the case and nothing was found out. And when nothing was found out, you were let go, you were released by the police. Now, someone releasing from the jail is not breaking news, so media will not cover it. Media did cover that, yes, you were arrested. That is something media did cover. But media does not cover if you were released. So now what happens if you go apply for a job and someone wants to do a background check on you? When they do a background check on you, they will try and Google your name, and the first article that will come in, you were arrested by the police. So what will the company do? They will say, oh, we don't have to select this person. Let's be away from this. He has a police record. The media will not show you that nothing happened and you were released also. The media does not cover it because that is not spicy news. The spicy news was that you were arrested. They covered it and that is gone. Similar is an example. Let's assume you took a bank loan and you defaulted on the loan. It became a news that you defaulted on the loan. Later on, you repaid the loan back, no worries. But now, when someone searches for your name on social media, let's assume there will be a news article you defaulted on the bank loan. That means it will be difficult for you to get loan, it will be difficult for you to get a job. That becomes a problem. This is why there is a demand that people should have the right to be forgotten. It became a big case in Europe, in Spain. The same case happened that a person applied for a job, then the company did a background search on him, and in the background search they found out about some old case in the media, and he said that I have been absolved of that case, nothing was proven, but he could not get the job. So it became a big issue that should someone not have the right to be forgotten. Now in India, what is the present status? In India, the Delhi High Court, a few years ago in a case, did say that an individual should have the right to be forgotten. But there is no law about it so far. We have not seen a lot of talks or discussion about right to be forgotten in India. But the judiciary, the Delhi High Court did say we should have the right to be forgotten. This committee also suggested, the Sri Krishna committee in its report suggested that we should have the right to be forgotten. We should also have exemption to the right of the data principles, means the person whose data it is, they should have the right to decide whether or not the data should be used or not. I just because I own your photo does not really mean that I should be allowed to use it anywhere. You should also have this. Then, apart from this, we should have data localization. Now, again, data localization, we discussed about this earlier as well. Shri Krishna Committee had suggested that we should have data localization in India. Then they also suggested we should have a government authority called the Data Protection Authority that will look into whether or not any social media company is misusing your data. These were the suggestions that they gave, that we should have a government authority to look into whether or not the data is misused or what the social media is doing. Now, based on all of this, the government of India made very important changes in the IT rules. We have something called the IT rules. This is Mr. B. N. Sri Krishna. We have something called the IT rules where government made very important changes in 2021. These are important for the examination. Please do remember them. These are important for the examination. So the government made some new rules in 2021. The purpose of these rules was number one, to have better, stronger regulations on social media, to clearly specify what the social media companies can do and what the social media companies cannot do, number one. Secondly, also have regulations on OTT platform. OTT platform, as I said earlier, they have been getting a free hand so far. There is no regulation what they can show, what they cannot show. I'll give you a simple example. When you go and watch a movie in a theater, some movies are rated adult. Some movies are rated adult. Have you seen? You would have noticed that. Sakshi, did you join right now? Because 10 minutes ago I discussed what is data localization. I don't know if you did not notice. You can see the recorded version. You would have seen some movies are rated adult. Adult means a category that can only be seen by people who are above 18. Right? Now, when you go and watch these movies in the theater, it is their responsibility to keep an eye on who is watching the movie and who is not. For example, in these movies, kids will not be allowed to enter. That is what happens in these cases. Now, OTT platforms, how do they regulate it? Even if they say, oh, it's an adult movie, you don't know who is watching at home. How do you know who is sitting in front of the TV with that remote? So there were no regulations on OTT platforms. That became a very problematic thing. So government tried to connect that as well. One other thing, digital media. Now, what is digital media? See, increasingly, there is a change in how media operates. Earlier, all the news was only on the TV channel. News meant you switch on the TV, you see the news. Now, a lot of news channels exist that don't have a TV channel, that just operate on YouTube. There are so many of them. The print, the wire, many of them exist. They don't have a TV channel. They just operate on social media, operate on YouTube. The problem with that is the laws that government had for news channels, what the news channels can do or cannot do, were only applicable on the TV news channels. Now, because these channels are not on TV, they are running on YouTube, they are showing videos on social media. So what has happened is, because they are not on TV, that means that they are not covered under the same guidelines, under the same regulation. The government did not want that, so government basically changed rules for them as well. Social media and digital media also is covered. OTT, those who don't know, OTT means Netflix, Amazon Prime, Hotstar, whatever basically you refer to this, Geo TV, Geo Sports, all that is OTT platforms. These are OTT platforms. So basically, all these have been done in the IT rules of 2021, and we'll discuss those one by one. These rules were introduced by the government at a time that there was a lot of controversy. Controversy basically about a lot of spreading of pornography, rape images, and video images on social media platforms. It became very, very, very problematic. and the government of India had to make rules about it. Now, what had happened was, I'll give you a few examples. A few years ago, there was a terror attack in New Zealand. Now, what happened was in New Zealand, there was a guy with a machine gun who had gone to basically start shooting in the public. And what he did was, while he was doing this, he was live on Facebook all the while. He was showing this on Facebook that, see, I'm here and I'm killing people, and it was all live. Now, the question was, why did Facebook not ban it? How is it that their algorithm was not allowed or was not able to detect that something like this is going on live? Similarly, on Facebook and on social media platforms, you still have videos that are in the category of child pornography, rape, gang rape photos, videos. When these instances were increasing and there were no rules in place to regulate what the social media companies do, to set up their responsibility, the government of India in 2020 made a committee in the Rajya Sabha to study into this problem of child pornography and to regulate social media. Based on what committee said, based on the report that they gave, the discussions that were held in the committee, based on that, these rules were introduced. The government of India said the OTT platforms, such as again Facebook, Hotstar, Amazon Prime, Geo Sport, Geo TV, etc., all these will be under the Ministry of Information and Broadcasting. Earlier, there was no government control over them. Now, the Ministry of Information Broadcasting, that gives rating to the, or that gives age related ratings to the movies, that discusses or that decides what content can go on TV and not. This is the ministry. They will now look into the content of OTT platforms as well going forward. So we will study these rules now. Please remember, these rules are important for the examination. These rules have been divided into three categories. Three categories of rules were introduced by the government. One, for social media. Second, for digital news channels that are mainly on YouTube or the social media websites. And third, for OTT platforms. So there were three categories of rules that were introduced: to regulate social media, to regulate digital news platforms, and to regulate the OTT platforms. Let's start with the first one. Let's start with what happened was social media. So social media platforms, what were the news? So the government divided social media platforms into two categories. First, social media intermediaries, and second, significant social media intermediaries. Now, who are these or what is the difference? The government will decide the difference from time to time depending upon the number of users. Government will decide the difference. Right now, the government has decided 50 lakh users as the limit. So any social media platform that has over 50 lakh users are called significant social media intermediaries. Less than that are called social media intermediaries. This 50 lakh limit is not written in the rule. The government decides that from time to time. So tomorrow the government can give an order that from today the limit is not 50 lakh, 30 lakh or 1 crore, whatever they want. But right now, at present, the bar that they have set is 50 lakh users. If there are more than that, you are a significant social media intermediary. So most of the online platforms that you use, Twitter or X, Instagram, Facebook, WhatsApp, Telegram, all these are in the category of significant social media intermediaries. Most of the guidelines apply to both. Most of the guidelines apply to both. Some guidelines apply only to significant social media intermediaries, and I'll tell you which ones. Most of these rules apply to both these kinds or both these categories. Some of them only for significant ones. So let's start. First, due diligence has to be followed. Only then they will be given the uh, kind of benefit of safe harbor provision. Now, please understand, this is important for you. What do you mean by safe harbor provision? So let's assume there's a person who posted or who made a fake video, and they started circulating on WhatsApp or Facebook. Okay, a person made a fake video of let me give you an example. Let's say a person made a fake video of the prime minister asking the people to go and kill people from one religion. Nothing like this has happened. Okay, now let's assume they make a fake video of the prime minister urging the people go and kill people of the other religion and promising nothing will happen to you. I am the prime minister, I will save you. Now, if people are intelligent enough, they will understand it's a fake video. But not everyone is at that level. Some people might think it's the correct video. Some people believe that, oh, it is the right thing, so I will do that. Now, if based on that video, it starts circulating, people share it in lakhs and crores, people start killing. Now the government will go to WhatsApp and Facebook and punish them that why did you not stop this video? Government will ask them questions. Why did you not stop this video? So Facebook and Instagram or WhatsApp, whatever, their argument always is Facebook, WhatsApp, or Instagram. Their argument always is we are not originators of the data. We are not originator of the data or information. Means they say we did not make that video. We did not make that fake video. Someone made it and they are just using our platform to spread it. So the argument that they give in their defense, all the social media websites, that we are not the originator of the news. So please don't hold us responsible for fake news. So the government says, okay, I will not hold you responsible. I will give you safe harbor. Safe harbor means I will give you safety from any punishment. So safe harbor means safety against punishment. Because you are not the originator, I will give you safety against punishment, but for that you would have to collaborate with the government. But you have to collaborate with the government. Only if the government tries to ask for information and you help the government in identifying who was the one who started this, if you identify or if you help the government in identifying who is the one who is spreading this news, if you help the government in every way, then we will not punish you. This is called safe harbor provision. Now read this once again. Read this once again now that you know what is safe harbor. So again, safe harbor provision will apply to you only if you follow due diligence. You will, if you follow due diligence, means if you help the government, if you help the authorities, if you try whatever best that you can to stop the news from spreading, then it is fine. Then the government says we will not punish you, we will apply safe harbor provisions for you. But if you don't help us, if you don't help us to find out the person who is responsible, then safe harbor will not apply to you. In that case, you will also be punished. That is what the government's argument is. For safe harbor to be applicable, you have to be helpful. As I told you, significant social media intermediaries and just social media intermediaries are different on the basis of the number of users. In India specifically, not worldwide, in India, government can keep on changing what limit it is. At present, the limit is 50 lakh. It might change later on. At present, 50 lakh or above, you are a significant social media intermediary. Other guideline. There should be a grievance redressal mechanism. Means every social media website should have an officer who will register complaints if anyone has a complaint against any content. For example, let's say I see a fake video of me, or I see a personal video of me uploaded by someone else. Because it is me in the video, I should have the right to complain. And where do I complain? It is mandatory that the companies should have a grievance officer to register the complaint. And the company should make the details of this officer public. Everyone should know the contact detail of this officer. It should not be difficult to find out where to go and complain. It should be open in the public. You should be allowed to go and file a complaint. Within 24 hours, the grievance officer will acknowledge the complaint. Acknowledge means, yes, I have received it, email or phone call or message, whatever, but there has to be an acknowledgement that yes, the complaint has been received, and within 15 days, it should be resolved. So 15-day time period will be given that it should be resolved. That is the first level of complaint. So again, there's a higher level also. We'll come to that. But the first level will be if you have a complaint against anything in the social media platform, your data being stolen by someone misusing your data, fake news spreading, whatever, you have the right to complain. Within 24 hours, they will acknowledge it. Within 15 days, they will have to resolve it. Then they also have to ensure online safety and dignity. How? Within 24 hours, remove any data or remove any video that has any nudity or sexual act that is given, or if there is a mobbed or false image of an individual. Also, complaint can be filed by the individual or anyone on his or her behalf. I still remember uh, when we were in college, that was a time that I don't know, by the way, how many of you have heard of Orkut? Have you heard of Orkut? No. I'm suddenly feeling old, man. Orkut was the social media before Facebook, the most famous one. Feeling old, yeah. So Orkut was the big social media platform before Facebook. So we used to have, so most people before Facebook got famous, we used to basically be on Orkut. And there's a very interesting story of Orkut. How Orkut was created was there was an individual apparently who there was a breakup with the girl or something like that, that the girlfriend was lost, so there was a breakup, or the girlfriend was missing, something like this was happening. And he made a platform hoping that one day his girlfriend will make an account and he will be able to find her, and it did happen. He was able to find her. Anyways, so not going to that story. So basically Orkut was what we used to use. Now I remember when we were in college, slightly before that also, people started joining Facebook. And then in college, when we were in college, many people joined Facebook, many were transitioned to Facebook. So now when you actually have this Facebook account, I still remember one of my friends, in fact juniors in college, a girl, she had a Facebook account, and all of a sudden we realized that her Facebook account was hacked and a lot of very bad images were posted on her account. So her Facebook account was hacked, someone got through her password or whatever, and they basically posted very bad or nude images of random people on her account. So basically, we called her that, see, this is happening in your account. You can please delete your account or whatever. She tried to log in, she could not log into her account because a person would have changed her password. She became so depressed because there was no way for her to complain now. She did not know what to do, where to go and complain. There was no option available. She just basically became so bad. She switched off her phone for some days. She left for home, went on a home for some days, and then came back to college after a month or so. It became a bad situation. So the idea is there was no way to tell Facebook that see something wrong is happening, some nude images are coming in, please help us out. Even if there would have been, we were not even aware of that. It was a very new platform to us. So now what has happened is, if you see any kind of image like that, register a complaint, and the complaint just doesn't have to be from the person whose account it is or whose images it is. Anyone on that person's behalf can file the complaint. If there are false mobbed images, if there are nude images, or there is sexual act that is being shown in the account, within 24 hours they will have to take it down. 24 hours is the limit within which it has to be taken down. Then the social media companies, again, the ones that we studied so far were applicable on both kind of social media companies, the normal ones and the significant ones, mean the bigger ones. Now, some points only for the significant ones, the big companies. First, they have to appoint a chief compliance officer, nodal contact person, and a resident grievance officer, all of whom should reside in India. Now, this is interesting. Go back to around 2019, 20, before, yeah, I think about 2019 or so, before the coronavirus. So about 2019 or so, nearby there about, the Indian government had a big problem with Twitter. The Indian government asked Twitter to ban some accounts. They did not do that. Then the Indian government said you have to have your data in India. They did not do that. Then Indian government said, okay, at least have a officer in, and at least appoint an officer to whom people can file a complaint. So what happened was Twitter, etc., Facebook also, they appointed some officers that will register complaints. But none of the people that they appointed used to live in India. Someone they appointed used to live in Singapore. Someone appointed by Facebook used to live in UK, Ireland, etc. So the problem was, because they were not residents of India, because they did not live in India, government did not really or could not take strict action against those officers if they did not do as per the law instructed. If these officers were not residents of India, the government had a very limited role to play there. So the government realized that, and the government said that you have to appoint these people, and all of them have to be residents of India, because the government learned from the lesson. The government learned the fact that if they just appoint these officers who are not even living in India, we can't really do anything. So they have to have a chief compliance officer, contact person, redressal officer that we studied. All of them have to be in India. Guys, can you see my video properly? Shubham is saying the video is stuck. Can anyone confirm the video is fine? Fine. Okay. 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 Shubham, I think the problem is at your end. You might have to refresh it. Thank you, guys. Thank you for confirming. Shubham, I think you might have to refresh it. The video is fine at other people's end. Okay. So, again, the key point here is all of them have to be residents of India, because the government of India learned from the mistake that they committed earlier. Apart from that, one more thing that the significant social media companies have to do: publish a monthly compliance report of the complaints received and the action taken on all the complaints. Meaning, at the end of each month, publish a report giving details of how many complaints were received. For example, 10,000 people complained, 5,000 complained, and what did they do with those complaints? Were the complaints resolved? Which one was resolved? Which one was not resolved? What action was taken? How many days did it take? All this had to be published in a monthly report. Now, very similar to in Indian polity, you would have read, our constitutional authorities publish an annual report, give it to the president about the work that they have done. Similarly, here, they have to publish a monthly report this time around about the complaint that they received and the action that was taken. Other big rule here: enabling the identity of the originator. Now, the biggest issue that the government faces when it comes to spreading of the fake news, they fail to identify who was the originator, means who started the video or who started the first share. Because see, in most of the cases, people just forward. You receive something, you see it, and then you forward. You receive and then you forward. So you are not the originator of the news. Originator of the news is the person who actually started this. He or she should be the one who would be held because they are the real culprit. Now, the government does not have means to identify the person. It is only the social media platforms that can do that. So government says it is obligatory for social media intermediaries to enable the identification of who was the first originator of the news, because that is the only way to prevent who exactly is the person who is starting to spread this. The government said, now this is a problem because social media websites say that this is invasion of privacy. Now, I'll give you a real example of how serious these companies are when it comes to privacy. Few years back in the US, there was a bomb blast. There is a annual incident. There is an annual event in US called the Boston Marathon. So Boston is a place, very famous city in Europe. In US, there's a marathon that is held every year, Boston Marathon. So what happened a few years back? There was a bomb blast in the Boston Marathon, and a few people were killed. So security agencies identified who the bomber was. The bomber was killed. Then they went to his home and they found out the iPhone of this bomber. Now the iPhone was locked, and they deployed every technology. FBI could not open up the phone. They went to Apple. It was an iPhone. They went to Apple. They said, "Can you open up the phone?" And they said no, because it will lead to invasion of privacy. Remember, the person is dead already. So it's not that the person is alive and you're like, oh, you have opened up my phone. The person is dead. But Apple said that no, if we open up this phone for you, the trust that people have in us will be destroyed. We want people to trust us. We want people to know if they buy an iPhone, their data is safe. It went to even Supreme Court, and Apple still denied we will not open up the phone. So again, in Western countries, right to privacy is taken very, very, very seriously. Now, you can have a debate over it. You can debate whether it is right or wrong. You are entitled to your own argument. In India, we might have a different view. In US, they have a different view. That is why in India, when we say that you have to tell us who started spreading this information, social media companies say no, this is private data. How can we tell you who started this? So the government has clarified, if the news results in harming the sovereignty integrity of India, if it harms India's friendly relationship with the foreign states, if it leads to incitement of violence, it is related to rape, sexual assault, child abuse, then this data of who was the originator, that data has to be revealed by the company. The social media companies don't like this because they think the individual's right to privacy is over and above everything else. But the Indian government has clarified that no, you cannot have that. You have to give us the information in these cases specifically. Also, not just information about, or not just data about violence, even unlawful information should be removed. The social media, when it receives knowledge from the government order or a court order that the information that is published is false, then they should remove it. So if the government or the court order says, let's take a simple example. Let's say if someone is very famous and his or her account is hacked, and the hacker writes in on her his or her post that anyone who comes to my house in the next 10 minutes, I will give them 10 lakh rupees cash, because you never know what hackers would do. So let's say they hack a social media influencer account and they write that I live here and here, this is my address, come to my address, I'll give you money. Now, if the court order or if the government issues an order saying this is false information, the social media company would have to remove this, even though it is not sexual in nature, even though it is not inciting violence. Even then, if it is false in nature and a court order has been given, or a government agency says it is unlawful, they would have to remove this information. These were the rules for social media intermediaries, social media companies. And as I told you, there are rules or three sets of rules. First for social media, then we have rules for OTT platforms, and then we have rules for digital media. So second, we have rules for OTT platform. These are very small rules. Before I go ahead, I'm giving you some time. If you have any questions, please ask relevant questions, and then we'll go ahead with the OTT platform rules. Sibam, this will be, I think, chapter number 7. Any question that you want to ask before we go ahead? Relevant questions? Vivek is saying Telegram also getting corrupt with respect to social media. Isn't it unethical? Vivek, I'm not sure ethical or unethical. Telegram is also a social media platform, so it is also covered under these guidelines now. Sakshi saying, is there any negative impact of right to be forgotten? Sakshi, I don't think there's a negative impact of that. You decide your own name. You decide whether you want to be found on social media or not. Gunjan, yes, you have to remember these IT rules. Sapna is saying social media companies don't come under any law. Sapna, the ones that we studied, the rules, they are for social media companies only. The rules that we study are for social media companies only. Ankush is saying if anyone deletes his or her Facebook account after posting something illegal, then right to be forgotten applied or not. Ankush, I'm not sure if you are able to understand the meaning of right to be forgotten. That is not what right to be forgotten is. And anyways, India does not have a law for right to be forgotten. Satyapal is saying, where can we file complaint for problems on social media? Satyapal, if you have a problem with a specific platform, Google, you will get the name of the grievance officer, email ID, you can complain there. Yes, Krishika, these rules have to be followed by the companies, otherwise there's a punishment attached to that. Chetcha is saying, do social media apps can be partial to some country while be strict in another? They are, to be true, they are. I'll give you an example. So, social media companies like Google, Facebook, etc. What happens, and this is some problematic thing as well. If you look at Australia, uh, look at Europe, these countries, or European countries and Australia, are very, very, very strict with social media companies. In fact, time and time again, they have imposed huge fines on these companies. Google, Twitter, Facebook, all of them have had to pay fines of billions and billions of dollars in these areas, in these companies, so in these countries, because they don't follow their rules. And Google and Facebook, etc., while they bully smaller countries because they know they are very powerful, in bigger countries, Australia, European countries, they do pay those fines because see, understand the business model of social media companies is that they will earn more profit from richer nations where people are ready to spend more money, where there are a lot more ads, there they earn a lot more money. So yes, it is said that in European countries, Australia, US, these companies are made to follow much stricter rules as compared to India. And again, it is not that the government of India is not trying. With these IT rules, we are trying to make it stricter for them. But yes, it is an issue that these companies have been trying to mend to. I'll give you one more interesting example here. So, if you actually go back a few years, there was this big controversy that came up about, and it's a controversy even today. If, let's say, you Google something today, okay, and you, let's say, Google any fact or anything that you wanted to check, Google in itself does not publish the news. Google is not a news publishing website. There are news publishing websites that will be given or whose link will be given if you Google something. Now, the problem is Google did not make any content, Google did not write an article, they did not make a video. But through the Google ads, they are the ones who earn the most money. Through Google ads, the ads that you see on websites, etc., through those ads, the companies that actually wrote that content, the companies that actually made the video, the company that is spending money on running the website, they earn very little money. And it is Google, etc., that used to earn most of the money. And when the government used to ask for tax, Google, etc., refused to pay tax in India. They said, no, 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 we are not paying tax in India. We are registered in the US. We'll pay tax there. We are not going to pay tax here. So for many years, these big companies just did not pay any tax anywhere. Basically in India, they used to pay tax only in a very few countries because they said that no, we are not registered in your company, we will not do that. So governments across the world were extremely unhappy about it, that these big social media companies that come here, they make so much money and they don't even give any taxes. So what happened? Countries like Australia started putting a tax. European countries started putting a tax that no, you will have to give some tax no matter what. India also in 2016 imposed something called equalization levy. It's an old news now, but in 2016 the government started something called equalization levy. Now, what is equalization levy? Equalization levy was even the companies that are not registered in India, like Google, etc., if they are running ad business, because Google's main business is the ad business, people give ads and they earn money. If they give ads in India for over 1 lakh rupees, by Google gives ads worth billions and billions of rupees in India, takes ads. So if Google gets ad revenue of over 1 lakh rupees in India, they will have to pay a 6% tax. This is called equalization levy. So equalization levy was imposed that you would have to pay a tax. You cannot say that no, 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 we are not registered in India, we will not pay a tax, because their earning was from India. It was the Indians who are giving them so much money. They are just taking that money away, and Google will register itself in a country where there is so little tax. For example, I don't know how many of you know this. Ireland is very famous because Ireland has headquarters of a lot of big companies around the world. The reason why companies post or have their headquarters in Ireland is that there is very little tax in Ireland for the companies, for the corporates. So Google had this strategy. They will not pay tax anywhere in the world. They will say, no, no, we are registered in Ireland only, we'll pay tax there. And in Ireland, they have to pay very little tax. So they earn money across the entire world. They earn money everywhere. But the tax they will not pay anywhere except Ireland, where they have to pay very little tax. So the nations around the world were fed up of this. Richer nations started this: Europe, US, Australia, Singapore, etc. Then India learned, and India in 2016 imposed this equalization levy. So social media companies are very big bullies. The reason is that they are so huge, they know that they can bully some governments. They know they are so powerful that if tomorrow they say, I will go out of India, the government will have to do whatever it takes to stop them. That is what they feel. That if we announce we are going out of your country, we are shutting down Facebook, then there will be so much pressure on the government from the people that the government will have to accept our demands. That is their assumption. That's why for most of the small nations, these companies, social media website, they don't give them any attention. Because if you, and this is a reality, see, if you look at the valuation of these companies, and again, I'll give you just a simple example. Now, if you actually see, uh, let's take an example of Apple. Okay, Apple's valuation, or basically how valuable the company is. Apple's valuation right now is close to $2.7 trillion. $2.7 trillion. Now imagine $2.7 trillion is what their uh, valuation is. Now, if you compare that, if you compare that with some of the countries and their GDP data, you would be surprised to see how near they are to other countries. For example, do you know India's GDP lump sum? Lump sum India's GDP is about 3.7 trillions. India's GDP lump sum 3.7 trillion. So just imagine the size of Apple and how much can they actually have an influence around the world. There are hundreds of big nations whose entire GDP is not equal to Apple's valuation. Just imagine that. Same is the issue with Google, Microsoft. These companies are so huge that they can literally just bully the small nation and small governments, and that is what they do. Big companies do that because they believe that the governments will understand and will agree to whatever they want. Uh, a couple more questions quickly. Checha Singh, can it be in terms of privacy? For example, Facebook can easily give information to US while not to India. Not really. In fact, in US, etc., they are even more strict. As I gave an example, they did not open up the phone. Doesn't matter what the issue was. So in Western countries are even more strict, and in Western countries, even the courts are stricter against the government. They will not allow this data or information to be shared. Sapna is saying privacy is above the security. Is it wrong? No action taken against that company. Sapna, see, it's not that easy just to say privacy is more or security is more. It depends on every country's value. If you look at US, for example, US has been facing a problem of gun violence. US is the only country in the world where they have more guns as compared to people. Do you know that? The only country in the world where they have more guns as compared to people. In US, you can just go to a supermarket, buy a gun and come out, no license needed, nothing. They go to Walmart, buy a gun and come out. So, despite a lot of people being killed by guns, many people are killed in gun violence, gun attacks in the US every month, every few weeks. They are still not banning guns. Why? Right to freedom. People can buy whatever they want, liberty. Now you can say, what is more important? Is it more important to keep the people safe, or is it more important for the people to buy gun? But it is their argument, whatever they think is right. Then Ankush is saying this is called tax avoidance. There's a different provision for tax avoidance, that is general entry avoidance. Why they need to pay equalization levy? So Ankush, the government of India applied equalization levy specifically for these kind of companies. They avoided tax based on laws. The government made a new law. They avoided tax based on existing laws, right? So government made a new law that now you won't be able to avoid tax. Simple. Then Vivek is saying, does social media company think they can arm twist the governments across the globe? Vivek, that's what I've been telling for the last 10-15 minutes, that they believe they can arm twist the smaller nations, and that is what they have been doing. Anyway, Oni is saying, why not equalization of tax for Google? Only I told you, equalization levy is for companies such as Google only. So they do have to pay taxes now. That's what I'm telling you. They do have to pay taxes now. Not just in India, but in most nations around the world, they do have to pay tax because it's a global issue. It's not just an issue in India, it's an issue with most of the countries around the entire world. Uh, Gunjan, I had told you earlier also, you don't have to remember IPC or CRPC, etc. There are hundreds of provisions. IT rules you have to remember. I've told you 3 times you have to remember. If you don't have to remember, then don't remember. But if you keep asking me, do I remember? Do I remember? My answer will not change. If you don't have to remember, then don't remember. How I can't come and force you to remember it. I can just tell you it is important for the exam. Remember. If you don't want to remember, so be it. What can I do about it? If you ask me 5 times, again the fifth time also I'll say try and remember. If you don't want to, be it. That's your choice. Sapna, generic questions I'll take at the end of the last class. So when we are in the last class, I'll take generic question about preparation, etc. Lakshay is saying, guys, by the way, I don't think I'll be starting this today. So if you don't have any questions, you are free to leave also if you want to. So don't just stay back because I don't think we'll be starting this today. From here, we'll begin tomorrow. So in case you don't have a question, you are stay back. Shweta, I have read your mail. I am not replying it because I will reply it. The problem is that is not in my hands. There's a team that does it. I am trying to tell them, convince them. There's a delay from their end. I will reply to your email, but with the same stuff. So I'm trying to get it done as soon as possible. Uh, Lakshya saying they somehow take tax from the customers itself, I guess. Lakshya, yes. So there is a tax. There are different things that you have to understand. When you give, let's say, ad on Google, the money that you give them, there's a GST component. That is obviously government will only take it. But apart from the GST, etc., yes, so oh guys, again reminding you, thanks for reminding me. We do have a class tomorrow. 5 p.m. we do have a class tomorrow because we did not have a class day before yesterday. Again, reminding you, it's a Saturday, but we do have a class tomorrow. Don't skip that. 5 p.m. again, you have to be here. Thanks for reminding. So we do have a class tomorrow. Don't skip thinking it's a Saturday. Uh, so Lakshya, they were saying GST is something that the government takes, but apart from GST also, you have to pay tax from the income that you made, from the profit that you made. That is what Google was avoiding. So if you, let's say, give ad on Google, the money that you pay to Google, there's a GST component, obviously, that the government will take. But apart from that, what Google earns, a profit that they take, from that also there has to be a part paid as a tax called the corporate tax that Google and these companies are avoiding. That is something that now has cannot be avoided under this particular law. Gunjan, how can I tell you if the rules will be changed or not? I am not able to understand your question. If your question is, should I remember it now or will the rules change again? So I don't know. I don't know. But by this logic, you should not remember anything. Remember everything on the day of the exam only in the morning, right? Whatever is the existing rule. So if that is your logic, then go ahead with it. I don't know. Ankush saying tax avoidance is actually illegal law. Ankush, tax avoidance again is not avoidance is what? Avoidance is I avoid paying the tax using loopholes in the law. So that is not avoidance. That is not illegal. If I avoid tax by using the law itself, that is not illegal. But now that cannot be done. You're welcome. Bye guys. Bye. Those who are leaving. Yes, Lakshya. Yes, Vivek, the equalization levy still exists. All right, guys. So we'll end it here. The SME is still here to answer the question. Sibam, you have the PPT. You can open whichever slide that you want. Open whatever you want. Whatever doubt you have, read it, and then you can ask that tomorrow. Okay, don't worry. All right, guys, and good night from my side. Do join us tomorrow. We do have a class tomorrow, despite it being a Saturday. We are covering that up. I'll see you at 5. The SME is still here. If you want, you can ask some questions. Thank you so much. Bye bye. Good night. Jai Hind.